theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. Can they see who all keeps trying to shake us? It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All above the Betty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Betty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
Well, welcome back, you guys. We are starting on cross-examination today. I do intend, if we get stuck on a lunch break, to go back and look at the motion for a mistrial. I think that for the remainder of this trial, we'll try to catch up on the weekends. I know, maybe like the rest of you, this trial has become cuckoo bananas crazy. Um, and I have never been, you know, I have never denied that these children trials are incredibly hard for me. But the absolute circus that has surrounded this has also been another level of ridiculous. Now, Commonwealth, I did think of you ladies, and I'm not going to zoom in, but I can assure you that you are represented in earrings form with little bows. It you I mean, legitimately, if they had blue dresses on, you'd look like those chicks from The Shining, but you are represented, Commonwealth, I didn't forget you. You're also represented in caffeinated heifer. Now, even my blasphemous, irreverent behind did not think it was appropriate to, mock a mortal sin. So I decided to go with caffeinated heifer today. But I am dressed up and glammed up like that Cellbrite chick who was waiting for Alessi to cross her. Ma'am, same. But if you showed up as dressed up as you made yourself on break in the Karen Reed trial part, duh, it wouldn't have been so obvious. Like, to go from blank face to, like, Elizabeth Arden mugged you on the way back from, lunch. So scotch obvious, ma'am. Anywho, just thought I'd bring that up. Mostly because I still don't understand freaking Cellbrite after pancake pizza waffle chick. But still, a little less obvious. Come to court all made up. Don't get made up in the break. It's a little obvi, okay? Anyhoozle, that's how excited I am for Reddington's Cross. Now, if you haven't been on X or you've been living under a rocks, it does seem like Reddington took aim at some less than scrupulous content creator. Now, being as I am not in the Karen Reed, like multiverse, I don't really know this content creator from Adam, so I'm not going to hot take anything. But Reddington did not appear to be appreciative of his coverage thus far. Mr. Mo is still constructifying, but I have helped him figure out which wires are still hot. So I may mute a little bit, but we are going to just go dive in with Cross. So welcome everyone. Glad to have you here. As the Chiron says at the top, this is a tough case. If you need a puppy kitten break or a moxie break, let me know. But we're pretty much here for a fun show, and I have been assured that there are Chris Farley references in a van down by the river. And I'm here for it, K-Shred. Let's go.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit the PowerPoint for identification.
Sorry?
I move to submit the PowerPoint.
Oh.
So we have a state-of-the-art 1971 kitchen, and bless their heart, the people that upgraded our kitchen painted the original cabinets. Well, she's not our Beau Fender. It's the other one that looks like a young Janet Reno. That's our Beau Fender. But basically, we had these really old canister lights that I think might be possessed with the spirit of Liza Minnelli. I'm not quite sure, but they're terrifying looking without the drywall around them. So he had to unconnect them to the electricity before he tore them all out. I mean, he knows things like this. I wouldn't know. I'd be like, why are we testing the electricity? But we figured it out.
For identification, okay, thank you. That may be done. Attorney Reddington?
Thank you.
Sorry. I am so sorry.
Sorry. Doctor, I'd just like to ask you about one of the things you just said to this jury that apparently stood out in your mind, and that would be the dichotomy or the difference between two statements that Lindsay made, one being, I believe, in the hospital, and you felt that there was a subsequent statement that was made by her that contradicted that or was different from that, and that would be after 3 days of you and Mac testing her. Is that right? Can you just say, is it right or wrong?
Mr. Reddington, it's not quite right.
Okay, why don't we do it this way? You
Yeah.
just told this jury that Lindsay made a statement to you at the conclusion of the 3 days that you and Mac were questioning her and testing her and interviewing her. Is that fair? Yes or no?
What I would say is,
Yes or no?
no.
Did you tell this jury, in addition, that Lindsay made a different statement when she was in the hospital? Yes or no?
What I said to the jury
I'm
is,
asking you, sir, did you make that statement to this jury?
what I intended to
No,
say,
not what you intended. Can you answer?
No, you ridiculous Keebler elf and Greg Gutfeld love child. Stop. You've testified in court. Daggone it. Look, y'all, I didn't want Samuel L. Jackson Moe to show up so soon, but this is an impact on my psyche, my intelligence yet again. This absolute obstreperous behavior, to use a Jeff word, to be so obtuse, so obstructive to the point. You again, I never thought I would say this, but make like Jess Machado and, you said what you said and let it stand. I mean, however good, bad, or ugly it is.
Answer my question. Yes or no?
no.
Now, is Dr. Helbrun aware of the concept of post-intensive care syndrome?
Oh no, not the third party. Oh no. I didn't think we were reaching for the third party evisceration of your profession already. But don't play with Reddington. He's not in the mood.
Post-intensive care syndrome.
Yeah, PICS. It's called PICS.
No, I have not heard of post-intensive care syndrome.
Dr. Helbrun aware of when a person is coming out of major surgery and has been subject to anesthesia, that it is known that they have delusions, hallucinations, make statements that don't make sense. Are you aware of that, sir?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And is that from your personal experience, professional experience? Because you didn't know what PICS was when they asked you, right?
Yes, it's not from my personal experience or my professional experience.
Did you Google it? I mean, were you watching a Sally Jesse Raphael where they happened to talk about it? Was there a Lifetime movie? Was Judith Light involved? Where in the fig Newton of your foggy, mental landscape did this come from then? Uh, Jen the Couch Fairy, yes, we did. I wish I could be Look, I'm gonna be real with you guys. This year, I have already covered Uvalde. I have covered the Paul Canero case. I have covered the Athena Strand case. And I know there are content creators that can go from these cases to these cases like nothing bothers them, but it's been a lot. It's been a lot. So we're going with the direct. We've watched the Commonwealth long enough to know the kind of dirty, disgusting tricks they use, and I would rather not waste my lifetime, watching them bungle.
You received a notification to evaluate Lindsay Clancy on this criminal case from the district attorney's office, right?
Yes.
And do you recall when you received that notification?
It would have been sometime before January of 2025, because that's when I started reviewing the documents that they provided.
Okay, so January of 25, January of 26, and then in the spring of 26, you go to the Tewksbury Hospital with Mac and you interview Lindsay, right?
Correct.
So how many months is it from the time that you were appointed or requested or asked to help the DA's office to the time you saw Lindsay? How much time passed?
Probably about 18 months.
About a year and a half. And how much time passed from that point going backwards to January of 23?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Okay, January of 23, you add a year, that's January of 24, right?
Yeah,
It's 1 year.
yeah,
January 24, you add a year up to January 25, that's 2 years, right?
yes.
January 25 up to when you and Mac finally go out to Tewksbury to interview this young lady is how many months?
Well, it would be about 3 years.
Okay. And are you telling this jury that it's good, using the term loosely, medical practice to interview a young lady like this 3 years after the event for purposes of helping the DA, in your opinion?
Do you mean in the context of a forensic mental health assessment, sir?
That's the only reason you're here, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So can you answer my question?
The answer to your question is the sooner that I'm able to evaluate somebody after their involvement in the alleged offense, the more closely I can come to using that current state information as something that is relevant to their mental state at the time of the offense.
Okay. So in other words, yes, it is better to see them sooner rather than later, to coin a phrase, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And have in mind January of 25 that you were retained. And again, normally this isn't an issue, who cares, but how much money did you make on this case, since they want to ask my doctor? How much money did you make on this case?
That depends when I'm finished, but I mentioned earlier.
How are you? You're testifying right now. I can understand why the bill would change based on your travel expenses and such, but you should have a ballpark estimation.
That I had spent 180 hours before coming to
How
Plymouth.
much money did you make on the case, Doctor? Simple.
Well, it's not that simple, but I'm being paid at $300 an hour.
Okay, so how much money did you make on the case?
Well, $300 an hour times 180.
What's your last billing?
I've been billing monthly, sir.
Okay, you must know what the total billing is up to this point, don't you?
I actually have not added it up.
How about you just give us your...
Thank you, Denise, for doing the math. So approximately 54,000. And honestly, all right, Brian, again, whatever lexicon you're used, fine.
Best estimate, doctor.
Well, let's see. Um, Probably up to this point, it's been about $54,000.
$54,000. And it will be more, right? When we get finished with you today, right? It'll be more.
Yes,
Okay. So you received from me by certified mail, video interview of Lindsay by my guy, Dr. Resnick, right?
correct.
You received the notes from Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
Yes,
You received the notes from my Dr. Paul Zeisel, right?
yes,
You received the report that was prepared and submitted by Dr. Philip Resnick, right?
yes,
You received the report prepared and submitted by Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
yes,
And you received the report prepared by Dr. Zeisel, right?
yes,
And then I said, if you have any questions, give me a call, drop me a line, whatever, but we never talked until today, right?
that's correct.
All right. Now, you have a curriculum vitae, that talks about that you are a clinical psychologist, correct, as you've told us yesterday, right?
Yes,
Have you ever treated a woman in postpartum psychosis?
when I was a staff psychologist at the forensic service at Florida State Hospital,
When was that, please?
that was back in 1982.
82?
The last time, so you saw a postpartum woman. Now, again, this goes back to the fact that these experts are this is not their field of study. There is not, this is not their area of focus. So they can understand it from a generalized psychiatric or psychological background or professional, but they cannot understand the unique characteristics of postpartum depression because it's not a field of study. So I do feel bad for not only this professional but the other, but you have the right to say no to a job. If this is not your area of expertise, if you have a feeling that you're going to be thrown out of the court because the court's going to decide that your area of focus doesn't have anything to do to this or with this trial, then I don't know what's going on at Dietz and Associates, but there does seem to be a pattern in them putting up these kind of experts with no fundamental basis in their field of study with the fact patterns in the case.
Yes. I had a therapy group which was comprised of women who had killed their children. They were severely mentally ill, and at that time, it was important to recognize the severity of their mental illness. And so I worked with them in a group at that time.
This is important to me, and I do find this important because to have a focus group or have a small group of women who are in the same very small, thank goodness, group of women that have done this to children might give him extra insight, but that was so many years ago, and how fresh and how clear are those insights?
Okay. And this is 44 years ago?
Yes.
All right. And where was it?
It was at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, forensic unit, forensic service.
How many of these people did you have a chance to interview in group or whatever you did?
There were 4 or 5 in the group.
4 or 5. Okay. Well, you are also a forensic psychology expert working for Park Dietz and Associates, right?
I have an affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates, yes.
Yes, but that's That's the letterhead that you have on all your stuff, right? Park Dietz and Associates, Inc. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You know Mac, do you?
Do I know
Yeah.
Dr. Mack?
Yeah, Dr. Mack, yeah, the guy that was here testifying for the last 2 days, Friday and Monday. You know
Yes,
him?
I do know him,
All right.
yes.
And he works with Park Dietz as well, right?
I think he has the same kind of affiliation I do, which is we both have jobs and do things elsewhere, but we occasionally do cases in affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates.
Right. And continuing on, and if you have it, you can certainly take a look at it. Make sure I don't misrepresent anything on your V-Day, as you refer to it. You also were involved with Giant Food Corporation. You do fitness for duty assessments. What is that?
What are fitness for duty assessments?
Yeah, Giant Food Corp. What's Giant Food Corporation?
Oh, that's something that I did many years ago. Basically, a company or an organization might refer someone who is having difficulty at work, having symptoms, making
Okay.
threats, that sort of thing. And they would ask for an evaluation from a psychiatrist or a psychologist.
Okay.
And I did that for a while for Giant Food Corporations.
And you also did it for U.S. Airways, apparently, evaluations and consultation, right?
Yes.
You also did it for the Texas Education Commission. You put in your resume the forensic clinical site visitor, Sam Houston State Hospital or University, right?
Yes.
You were a grant reviewer for the Office of Victims of Crime for the United States Department of Justice. That's the feds. That's the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
Yes.
Okay. You also worked and you did violence risk assessment consultant as a consultant to the New Jersey Department of Mental Health Services, right?
Yes.
You also consulted as a research consultant with the community education centers in New Jersey, right?
Yes.
Research Advisory Board, the Center for the Analysis of, actually the FBI. You work for the FBI?
I consulted with the FBI, yes.
And in consulting with the FBI, you also consult with the Bureau of Prisons, right? BOP?
Yes.
When you're consulting for, well, okay, look, site visit of juvenile justice and psychology, you were involved with that, right?
Yes.
Consultant forensic psychology service for the Walter Reed Medical Center, correct?
Yes.
When you work on the consulting with the Bureau of Prisons, basically what you're doing is you're evaluating, as you told us a couple of times, people that are wrongfully convicted and they're in jail for decades. And you would evaluate them for the Bureau of Prisons to see if they're okay to release to society, right?
That does not sound like a typical question that I would evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons.
All right. Well, what would you evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons? That's
Well, for
just so-
example-
wait, hold on. Just so we know, Bureau of Prisons is federal as opposed to the Department of Correction, which is state, right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
So go ahead. Tell me what you do for the Bureau of Prisons.
Well, one of the things that I might do is conduct a meeting or a workshop on a topic such as violence risk assessment or something like that. So I have done that, deliver a workshop or provide an organizational meeting, provide information and so on a number of occasions.
And do you evaluate people to see if they're able to be reintegrated into society?
I do that as well, yes.
Okay. You also are involved with sexual violence risk. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You also are involved with specialized police response and collaboration with behavioral health systems in Pennsylvania, right?
Correct.
Sexual violence risk, again, for purposes of the Department of Correction. You focused on that, right?
Yes.
Principles of forensic assessments that you would be,
Now, this is important because continued danger to the community is something that the jurors might be asked to assess. We saw this in the Tanner Horner case. We've even seen, but this is a component of sentencing, even if it's not a capital case. So this risk assessment of will this person continue to be a threat is part of the punitive side of the justice system. So he might have unique insight into, continued dangerousness, but he does seem to have subspecialized more in the sexual violence, sort of arena rather than, all prisoners writ large. Because of the sexual component, it usually is more linked to men, although females can be predators. I don't deny that. I do a morning news show. Every other headline, basically every other day, I could pull up 3 headlines of female teachers behaving badly. So I am not saying that there aren't female predators, but that does lead me to believe that it has been more logically more male skewed, that he's going to interact with more male, prisoners because of that particular aspect. But I could be wrong, and these are just general assumptions I'm making, but this does link to something that maybe jurors are having, internal questions about. Is she going to if we vote not guilty, does she go to a hospital? I do think that the defense needs to kind of clarify that not guilty doesn't mean she gets to go away. She basically is going to be in a mental institution for a very, very long time.
Assessing juveniles for purposes of juvenile assessment and risk assessment, right?
Yes.
You also are involved with violence risk and sexual violence risk, correct?
Yes, correct.
Juvenile assessments, risk assessments and principles of forensic assessment for the American Academy of Forensic Psychology. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And also a focus on juvenile assessment and risk assessment of juveniles, right?
Yes, correct.
Violence towards others, psychiatrically hospitalized populations. That would be what? Patient on patient assaults or something like that when somebody's in a mental institution?
Patients against patients, against staff, that sort of thing.
They can be pretty violent places, can't they?
They can be sometimes, yes.
Sexual violence risk, you involved with New Orleans, Louisiana, sexual violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation for the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, right?
Yes.
What does that mean? What did you do with that when you were dealing with obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation?
Well, I have had the occasion to provide workshops to prosecutors, to defense attorneys, to judges, and so on. And depending on some of the questions that arise, such as what's the most effective way to obtain and present a forensic psychologist or forensic psychiatrist expert, I might do a half day or a full day workshop on that. Okay,
so my question, sir, I know you get in there, but where did you lecture or give a lecture to criminal defense attorneys?
I've given a number of those lectures over the years. I can't recall them all offhand.
Okay. But my question, sir, was that you were working on behalf of the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, federal courts, right?
Yes,
I asked you that question? Okay.
Yeah.
You also worked for the Forensic Mental Health Assessment for the Ohio Forensic Psychiatric Center.
Yes,
inmates, right?
Yes.
You also participate and have written about To Kill and Not Kill, That Is the Question, for Drexel University, where you were a professor, correct?
Yes.
All right. Assessing risk of violence.
Not to say anything about your performance, sir, but a little evil cackle where, to live, to not live. Interesting. Yeah, the call on the mighty ceiling cat for answers is strong with this one. And I think Jen is right. This witness comes off as really well overall, acknowledged most of the defense assertions, just won't say she was or she's not criminally responsible, although he found her to have a mental defect or disease. And that is the heart of the problem. That is the very, very nexus of this case, whether she was, Shizzy and I were looking at the Dahmer case last night, and we all know that a sick mind created all of the victims that Dahmer left, and destroyed, and all the lives he destroyed. But he also knew right from wrong, and that's been the very foundational question at the bottom of this trial. So I respect that he's come in and even though he's read from his report rather than giving a more free, fluid response, I do appreciate that he has put an extra level of work in that I don't think Dr. Mack did.
Violence towards others in psychiatrically hospitalized populations. You focused on that, right?
Yes,
You
that's
had
right.
a chance, sir, to give a total of, 131 lectures or workshops presented in the area of violence, risk assessment, sexual offenses, and forensic mental health and ethics, right?
Yes,
Is that
that's
right?
Yes.
Aggression, forensic psychological assessment, risk assessment, treatment of mentally disordered offenders and juveniles. That's another focus, correct?
Yes, it is.
You've had a number of publications that you put on your CV. Basically, you're talking about justice-involved youths, correct?
Yes, that's one of the things I talk about.
Appraising Jackson-based unrestorability to competence to stand trial deals with the standard of competence to stand trial, correct?
Yes, it is.
Public perception on policies to address prenatal substance use recommendations regarding maternal criminal prosecutions. What is that? Prosecute a woman that's pregnant who's involved with drug use?
Yeah, that sounds like something that would have been a dissertation where I served on the committee and was a co-author of some kind, but the individual who
Okay.
wrote the dissertation would have been the first author there.
All right. And life sentence for juveniles, sequential model for juvenile justice, justice involving men, forced medication, and competency to stand trial. These are interests or focuses of yours, sir?
Yes.
Urine drug screens as a baseline for predictors of graduation from drug court.
Yes.
What does that mean? That you were involved with drug court?
Yes, I've been involved in writing about and consulting to drug courts over the years. Yes.
And disputed paraphilia diagnoses and legal decision making is one of your other focuses, right?
That was one of my graduate students, and I was a supervising and second author.
Paraphilias would be that's basically if you have some kind of weird sexual things that you do, right?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah.
Have a great lunch, Wolfram. Thank you so much for all of your Modly Mod efforts. I may not say it every day, but I really do appreciate it. I never thought I would hear an expert say paraphilias were something like some weird sex thing. Merriam-Webster's dictionary is just weeping.
Continuing on, a lot of juvenile focus on your resume, correct, sir?
Yes, there's a fair amount of juvenile work that I've done over the years.
Involuntary medication, trial competence, clinical dilemmas, substance abusing adjudicated adolescence. And your resume basically is a number of pages, correct? Would you agree with me? It's almost 70 pages, right?
Yes, I would agree with you.
Okay. Flipping through and jumping ahead, sir. You wrote book chapters, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You dealt with forensic mental health assessments, principles, and standards of care, right?
That's right.
Violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Juvenile violence risk assessment, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Managing hindsight bias and unstructured judgments, implications for legal decision making is an article that you had, chapter or whatever that you wrote, right?
Yes, it is.
Again, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency. A lot of focus on juveniles, right?
Yes, there's a fair amount of
Then you
focus
have
on juveniles over the years, yes.
a number of reviews that you have published presentations that you've presented, a lot of them dealing again with juveniles and dealing with assessments of prisoners to have them released into society, things of that nature, right? Life
Yes.
sentence juveniles, for example, is one of the things you focus on, right?
Yes, again,
Okay.
there's been a fair amount of juvenile work and
Handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style, and learning.
If there's never been a more perfect distillation of those that can't do teach. At this point, the judge needs to call mercy. The judge needs to call mercy. Oh, thank you, Reddington. I need to go back. Walk us through again, Reddington.
of juvenile work and
Handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style, and learning. What does that mean? Handling difficult cross-examination.
well, one of the things that people as forensic psychologists need to do is convey what they have done in a way that is effective. And so there are things that you,
To a jury?
to a jury, to a judge, to an attorney, various kinds of,
Well, when you're dealing with an attorney, sir, you're presenting information to the attorney. You're not dealing with difficult cross-examination, are you?
could you repeat the question, please?
Sure, you wrote about
He's doing a wonderful job. I'm gonna go buy his book right now.
handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style.
Yes.
And what is, 25 words or less, what is that basically telling people? How to, withstand cross-examination?
It's how most effectively to convey the results of the evaluation that you have done.
And then, again, just hundreds of articles on topics that the jurors can look at because your resume is in evidence. Finishing it off on that end, sexual abuse behavior, juvenile forensic mental health, violence risk assessment of juveniles, behavioral measure of sexual offense behavior, influencing third-party informant observations dealing with juveniles. Should the courts coerce offenders into substance abuse treatment? Is there one article, one, that you wrote about a woman who is pregnant, who is undergoing postpartum depression, and God forbid, psychosis?
No.
But you did write an article 49 years ago. You published an article on psychosis in 1977 with your dad while you were in college, apparently, right?
Oh no. He is going half a century back to This expert did not expect Reddington to go back 50 years, half a daggone century. Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was
okay,
his
so
research assistant at that time when
Yeah.
I was in college, yes.
Okay. And
Bless his heart. Are we gonna bring out his honor roll? Did he choke in the spelling bee in 7th grade? Are we Sarah Booning this man? Oh my.
and this is before you entered graduate school, and you used the diagnostic framework that no longer exists, didn't you, back then?
It was a long time ago.
Right. And actually, it was 3 years before the DSM was even written, DSM-1, back in the Stone Age.
knows the deep lore. Oh my God, he was there when the deep magic was written. It is the psychological Aslan.
It was a while ago.
That's the only article you ever wrote dealing with that issue. Is that correct, sir?
Dealing with what issue, sir?
Postpartum psychosis.
Ah. Yes.
Does I mean yes? Thank you.
Does I mean yes? Was not a sentence that I thought will live forever in my brain, but now it will.
So, you make arrangements with the district attorney's office to get all this discovery that I sent you, that the DA sent you, police reports that you went through with the jury, and you read it, right?
Yes, that's right.
And you must have talked to the DAs before you saw Lindsay, right?
Yes.
Okay. How many times?
I don't remember how many times.
Well, you billed them for it, I'll bet, right?
Well, that was a billable hours. Yes, dear Lord.
Any time I spend on a case like this, I record and it gets billed.
Of course. So you do have records, but who cares at this point? I mean, you're here testifying based on your opinion at the request of the prosecutors, right?
I'm here based on, yes, at this point, I've completed the evaluation and don't remember things like how many times I talked to the DAs. That's part of it.
But basically, in your conversations with these two prosecutors, sir, did you talk to the state police at all, detectives?
I reviewed a massive amount of reports, some by the state police, some by
Answer the GD question. Did you interview? Not did you look at papers? Those are two separate things. This is my exact argument and my exact visceral rage reaction when someone asked me if I want cheese on the hamburger that I just ordered at a drive-thru. If I wanted cheese, I would have said, please give me a cheeseburger. I didn't. I said I would like a hamburger. Now, I get that some of you have worked in fast food and people get mad. They order a hamburger without cheese. I am sorry you are forced to deal with morons. I am not one of them. So answer the question you are asked. Let's ask George Carlin, the late, great, may he be sainted one day, George Carlin. Let's stick with the language we all agreed on.
other individuals. So I reviewed records for many, many hours.
And when you got involved with this case 3 years later, or 2.5 years later, you'd agree with me that it was quite publicized, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You've heard of confirmation bias, I'm sure, right?
I have indeed.
Yes. And however many times you talk to the DAs and review the information, would you agree with me, sir, that before you met with Lindsay in Tewksbury, you pretty much had an idea that this woman was a beast, killed her 3 kids, didn't you?
I would not agree with you at all.
So you had an open mind when you went in there to Tewksbury to see and speak to for 3 days, Lindsay Clancy?
I did my best to have an open mind,
Hey,
yes.
you told us yesterday you had some difficult decisions to make, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. So when did you first meet Avram?
When did I first meet him?
Yeah.
That probably would have been late 2025, early 2026.
Okay. Around the same time that you first got involved with the case?
No, it would have been considerably after I first got involved with the
Where did
case.
you meet him?
Where did I meet him?
That's what I said. Where did you meet him?
Virtually.
Oh, virtually?
Yes.
Okay, so it's like a Zoom thing.
They met on the television. Getting to know you, getting to know all about you, getting to like you, getting to hope you like me. Aw, m- meet cute in action.
Or
Yeah.
FaceTime or something.
Exactly.
You ever meet him in person before you went to Tewksbury?
No, I didn't.
So did you guys have a plan to meet up somewhere before you went to evaluate Lindsay?
In the lobby of the hospital.
Did you stay somewhere the night before?
I did, yes.
Yeah, where'd you stay?
I don't remember.
You know, were you with Mac that night?
No,
No? Did you stay in a private house?
no.
You stay in a hotel?
Yes, I did.
Wasn't a van down by the river, for sure.
I am deceased. I am deceased twice in one trial. 2 Chris Farley references. I'm done. I'm a government expert down by the river eating government cheese. It fits. I have never ever I legitimately, I've never seen anything like this in a courtroom. And I know I'm not an expert. I legitimately, I am a content creator, whatever that means to you. But I have never seen this in the 4 years that I have mono focused on trials. So, dear Lord.
Right?
I don't remember the name of the hotel, but it was a hotel in
All
Tewksbury.
right. So you're in a hotel, you meet with Abram Mack in the parking lot, and then you go into Tewksbury Hospital to meet with this young lady, right?
Correct.
And the two of you, day number 1, you spend how many hours, the two of you, questioning her?
4.5.
And day number 2, you don't bring Mac with you, you're by yourself, and you administer the psychological testing, correct?
Correct.
And how long was that, sir?
3 hours.
And day number 3, how long did you speak to Lindsay in the hospital?
3 hours.
So what was your total period of time over a 3-day period that this young woman was dealing with you and Abram Mack?
10.5 hours.
So for 10.5 hours, this young lady is in a room, in a wheelchair, being questioned by you and Abram Mack while she's on medication, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And she was still answering your questions, trying to be cooperative and being affable and friendly, you put in your report, right?
Yes, that's right.
Did at any time she express to you that she was tired or wanted to take a break?
We offered her in the beginning.
My question, sir, was,
Objection, if you could answer.
oh, he's not going to, he's going
No,
to use my.
hold on, hold on. Why don't you ask the specific question, Doctor, if you listen to that question, okay?
My question, sir, was at any time, did you or Abram Mack offer to her to take a break?
Yes.
Did she accept that offer?
Once she did, and once she did not.
And basically indicated that she wanted to get through this interview and get it over with, right?
Yes.
You weren't her buddy going there to talk to her those 3 days, were you?
No.
She knew that you were there on behalf of the district attorney's office to testify against her in a trial and say to a jury that she knew and was able to conform to the law when she killed her 3 kids. Isn't that right?
No, that's not right.
So
But that was essentially the truth of what was happening, regardless of the emotional undertones and the irritation that Reddington is showing. If she wasn't able to even ascertain that this psychiatrist or this psychologist, I'm sorry, was not only if she wasn't able to fully understand the entire concept of what was going on, it does call into question, how he was able to evaluate her if she was so out of touch. So I get what Reddington is saying, and I do like the passion that he brings, but sometimes it takes a couple moments because I'm kind of filtering through the passion to get to what he's ultimately trying to elicit.
Your diagnosis is depressive bipolar 2, right?
Bipolar 2 disorder. Right.
Okay. And that's a serious mental disease, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You would agree with me, sir, that Lindsay is in your opinion, testified she's a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You testified to that yesterday, right?
Yes, that's right.
Right, that's funny.
No, it's not funny. It's just that you asked me whether I agree with something that I testified to yesterday.
So what does that mean?
It means that I testified to it yesterday, and that means I do believe it. Yes.
Okay, so we established that. In your opinion, granted, for those 3 days that you had interactions with Lindsay, is it your opinion that she is a controlling individual, sir?
It depends what you mean by controlling.
Well, let me ask you, for example, would you agree that if a young mother prepares lists for a babysitter, for example, to chop up the carrots and dice them up small, and how to prepare the spinach, and how to prepare the chicken McNuggets, and then leaves them in a note and puts them on the kitchen table, is that controlling, in your opinion, of that individual?
That is something that is working hard and being disciplined and exerting a certain amount of control, yes.
That's not something that
But I think it needs to be clear that that is exerting control on your environment. Now, if you did the same thing to a person, that would be beyond the pale. But I think every human, to a certain degree, exerts control on their environment to feel most comfortable. My favorite colors are in the cooler tones. You can tell by the teal and the lavender. It's just where my happy colors are. So, is it controlling that I didn't pick red or orange? Or is it just that I'm exerting a certain measure of control over my environment? And look, this witness is the expertologist, but I contend that there's a difference between exerting control over your environment, which can become maladaptive. It can become a stumbling block and be a not so great thing. But as a person who deals with stress by either, cleaning or crafting or exerting a certain level of control over my environment, I guess I've never perceived that as being maladaptively controlling in any way. I've just figured you shouldn't do it to people. So, take care and clean your own room, like Jordan Peterson says, before you go, try to judge the world.
you would use against her in this opinion you have for this jury, is it?
What I do is do my best to describe what she does, what she thinks, what she feels at certain times, what symptoms she has, and so on. And if that's a part of that overall picture, then it's not that I'm using it in favor of her or against her. It's just part of the overall picture, which I'm trying to present.
I mean, it's not a bad thing to chop up the carrots and tell somebody this is how I like my child to be fed, right? There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Not that I know.
And you would agree, sir, that she was a good student. You told us about, she got all A's, she was hard driving and actually drove herself pretty good to try to succeed in college and in nursing school, right?
I would.
And did you interview any of her coworkers, or did you review any of her 5-star reviews from Mass General Hospital, flagship hospitals?
I reviewed every record that was provided to me.
And that would be by them, right?
It was records that were provided to me by individuals who were a part of the investigation. And a lot of that were interviews with people who had known her before or were currently friends with her, things like that.
Okay, so things like that. I'm asking you, sir, about
Sir, did you watch Dodgeball last night? Because I've never seen a dip, dodge, dive, dodge, on the point of the question more so than that, unless you ask Meghan Markle a straight question. Uh, that was kind of impressive.
but with her 7-year career as a nurse, labor and delivery nurse, at a very, very well-established hospital. Did you talk to any of the nurses that she worked with, or did you review any of the records of her work reviews? Anything like that?
No.
Now, this is another big point that I noticed with these two experts. They did not do a lot of collateral interviews. Now, in the Tanner Horner case, in several other cases where competence has, or not mental, guilty by reason of mental defect has been in play, there is an extensive look. They don't take the person that they're interviewing or the evaluee's word for it. They talk to mother, father. They get a detailed breakdown of the mother's history, the father's history, any sort of patterns of family trauma that were carried through. These are intensive interviews. These are, I believe in the Tanner Horner case, all of the experts that were brought by the defense spent at least 300 hours just, in investigating.
Would you agree with me, sir, that she also, by all accounts, is and was an incredible mother, taking care of her kids?
I would describe her as a very good mother, yes.
And in fact, sir, in the past 6 weeks or 5 weeks, there hasn't been one person that's got one thing bad to say about her other than these two. Isn't that right?
Sustained.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, come into this court in front of this jury and say that Lindsay Clancy was a bad wife?
I don't know.
How about bad mother?
Again, I don't know.
So in your readings about her as a mother, you were able to see that she would sing to her daughter when she put her to bed. That's in the reports. You read the reports, right?
You might have to ask me that question.
You know Rascal Flats?
I'm sorry?
Rascal Flats. You ever heard of them?
Do what now? Did the Matrix just skip? Why is Reddington talking about Rascal Flats? I mean, the Appalachia in me is like, I'm here, I'm noticed, but do what now? That was the hardest non sequitur segue I've ever. Okay, I'm gonna need to hear that again.
You know Rascal Flats?
I'm sorry?
Rascal Flats. You ever heard of them?
No.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that Lindsay would sing.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Patter Bulldog. I was wondering where we were going with this. That explains a lot.
To her daughter every night. Is that important to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
You didn't know that, though, apparently, right?
I knew that she was very good with her kids, paid a lot of attention to them, spent a lot of time with them, and really enjoyed it.
Even right up to within hours of their killing, she was making snowmen with them, right?
Yes, she was playing with the two older children out in the backyard.
And then bringing her life experience, which you testified yesterday that she never had any abuse in her life, was raised by loving mother and father, good student, hard worker, great mother, good friend, wonderful wife. She then randomly decides to kill her children by strangling them? It's the facts we're dealing with, yes, sir, right?
No, not right.
So one of the things you testified to yesterday is that, and you went like this and said that this is difficult, but then you were able to power through and tell the jury that Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids alone. She got anxious about that. Remember telling that to the jury?
I do.
And this is one of the things that you kind of hang your hat on that you felt was important in your evaluation, right?
It was important. It was an important part of my evaluation that she did not like to leave her kids, and it made her anxious. Yes.
That's not a bad thing, is it? For a mother not to want to leave her children and be anxious when they're out of her home, right?
Well, it depends. It could be difficult and so on, depending on how anxious and even disabling it was, if she just couldn't leave her kids. But on the other hand,
So you're describing intrusive, cyclical thoughts that impaired her function as a mother and as a human to achieve and perform in daily life. So this wasn't anxiety in the way we colloquially kind of say, "Hey, I'm feeling a little ick today. I don't know why." This is a clear, defined, basically intrusive thought. You can't get rid of it. It's a spiral. This is not, I'm a little bit anxious. I've got bills to pay. This is in the background, large functioning like a tab left open. What is going to happen to my kids? What is going to happen to my kids? What is going to happen to my kids? And, grounding yourself, using your five senses, doing that kind of thing doesn't stop it. It may go away for a little bit, but it's always running in the background, at least the way I experience anxiety and the way, I don't know.
if it just reflected that she was close to them and wanted to be with them and wasn't a problem or disabling, then it's not a problem.
Did you know, sir, that Pat's mother and father would come over to the house and babysit for the kids when Lindsay and her husband would go out to dinner or go out to a movie or go out with their friends? Did you know that, sir?
Yes.
Did you know that the children were actually in learning Sprouts school? Did you know that?
Yes.
They had to leave the house to go to school, didn't they?
Yes.
She wasn't anxious when they would go to school, was she?
It made her a little anxious to drop her kids off. She didn't like to be separated from them.
Well, that's because the kids many times, not on occasion, would cry like little kids do when you drop them off somewhere, right?
I don't know if she was anxious only when they cry.
And I need to explain something. Now, I don't have a photographic memory of the timeline, but if she were dropping off children and still breastfeeding the baby, I can tell you as a mom of 6, there are certain hormone releases. Your heart rate goes up. You are attuned to crying children when you are nourishing a crying baby. So I'm not saying that it was anything beyond normal and that, if she didn't have a newborn and wasn't overstressed, she maybe wouldn't have these extra feelings of guilt. But I can tell you that the hormones involved in nursing a child are ridiculous. Like, I was in a store or heard a cat meow. A certain frequency could lead to disaster. And that's if everything's going normal. That's if everything is A-okay and it's just a normal function of nursing. But your heart rate goes up. You are attuned to certain frequencies, which cats, our furry overlords, do try to tap into. So if I could just offer that perspective.
You know that
It's more than just simple anxiety. There are biological functions depending on where she was in the timeline of weaning or still nursing, and she was dropping off crying children. That can be so much more difficult to deal with if you're nursing and you have related effects because of children crying.
in addition to the date nights, in addition to socializing with friends, in addition to the children leaving to go to the Little Sprouts school, you knew that there were a number of occasions that Lindsay, alone or Lindsay with her husband, would leave the kids and go out and do any number of things, shopping, socializing, go to Boston, things like that. Did you ask third-party contacts about that?
I asked Patrick about that. And one of the things he said is that it was difficult for her to leave the kids. And he used as an example date night for their 5th anniversary. It was hard for her to leave.
Was that in 22?
Was date night for their 5th anniversary in
Just mention
22?
it to the jury. Was that in 2022, their 5th anniversary? Your anniversary is in December, right?
I don't know what year it was in,
Well,
Mr.
What
Reddington.
was the problem? What did he say? Third-party collateral. What did he tell you?
What he said in response to that question is that on date night for their 5th anniversary, she was anxious about leaving the kids.
Right. Did they ultimately go out that night?
They did.
You know where they went?
I don't.
Did she have fun? Did she appear to be enjoying herself away from the kids?
That was not part of the question I asked him.
I mean,
That wasn't the part of the question. You didn't ask if she was, again, the entire time the Commonwealth has vacillated between she was completely manipulative to this is all a big fake out. So, which, and many spaghetti theories in between. But you were hired by the Commonwealth. You should have asked her, did you have fun? These would, if you were observant and a good paid expert for, or just a curious mind, I don't understand how you didn't ask follow-up questions. Did she appear normal? Was she constantly looking at her phone? Again, you want to say that it's an unhealthy level of anxiety. You didn't ask follow-up questions. Was she able to enjoy things? Was she able to be present in conversations? Was she constantly looking at her phone? Was she able to, enjoy conversations other than the children? I I know personally for me and Mr. Mo, it takes a concerted effort, and normally we have to spend 10 minutes of our date night or our date lunch or just hanging out together to talk logistically about the children and, kind of touch base as parents before we can even interact as husband and wife. Was she able to make that transition from mother to wife? Was was there a disconnect? What was different about Lindsay as your wife that you observed at that time? I believe so, Binky. But I guess what has struck me about all of these experts, at least for the Commonwealth and the mental health experts that were taking care of Lindsay pre-incident, is the genuine lack of intellectual curiosity. And I know there are time constraints, and I know there are logistical parameters that I am not thinking about from a clinician's perspective, having never been a clinician. But there's just this genuine lack of curiosity that kind of baffles me.
there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her babies when she's not at home, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
I wasn't presenting it as something that is wrong.
I'll back off. I'm sorry. I thought you did. I thought yesterday you were telling this jury that because Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids at home, that was a factor that Dr. Helbrin considered in his opinion, but that's fine. You agree that there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her children, leaving them out of the house, right?
No, I don't believe I said that.
Okay.
One of the things that
No, never mind one of the things. They can ask you
We
on,
can finish.
All right, okay. The answer is you did not say that.
Judge, I'm getting a little confused here
Well,
between,
listen, no. Let's see if my question.
Your job is supposed to be a trained observer of the human condition, a scholar of the human psyche, if you will, and yet you are confused by Reddington. I I I don't understand. How are you confused? This is You wrote the book on cross-examination, sir. How are you confused? You should consult your book. Oh, Reddington, if you are a petty ass, and I am, I would have his book, The Art of Cross-Examination and How to Do It Goodly, and then I would present it like, would you like to refer to your notes? But then I'd probably get held in contempt. There is a reason I do not want to go to law school. It's not because I don't think that I'm smart enough. It's that I honestly don't want to spend all that money to be held in contempt.
And it's not that confusing.
Okay.
Did you testify, you done saying that you did not say what Mr. Reddington said?
Yes, I'm done
Okay,
saying that.
all right, that's good. Next question.
One of the other issues is that also factored into when Tufts prescribed her the SSRI, she didn't want to take it because she was afraid of the breast milk being contaminated by this drug, right?
Yes.
And then ultimately, when she stopped breastfeeding, at that point, she was able to take the SSRI, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then Tufts increased it to 50, right?
I don't recall offhand what
Okay. Well, you agree that Tufts increased the SSRI, right?
I do.
You agree that before the end of September of 2022, this young woman was living her life with her husband and her kids. Summer of 22, happy, had a great time. Do you agree with that, sir?
I do.
And when she saw Tufts from September end up until the killing of these children and the state of her condition that you told the jury was confusing. Remember using that word yesterday? It was confusing with these number of diagnoses that she dealt with?
Yes, I did use that word.
And the confusing with the number of drugs that was one drug on top of another drug and stop this drug, start that drug. That was confusing, wasn't it, sir?
Yes, it was.
And it was a confusing and upsetting to her and her husband to the point where they went to these doctors and said to them, you're turning her into a zombie, right?
Yes, that's right.
But prior to seeing Tufts and the other healthcare providers, she was a happy woman, wasn't she?
She was in many respects happy, pleased with her life. So she wasn't happy in an unqualified way, but she was, yes, she was very happy with certain aspects of her life.
So as September turns into October, middle of October or thereabouts, how is she doing at that point between her depression, anxiety, drugs prescribed? How was she doing?
She was anxious about going back to work, but she hadn't started taking the drugs that were prescribed.
Okay, let him finish. Go ahead. Go ahead, Doc.
Yes. In September, she was anxious about returning to work. She had not yet started taking the medications that Dr. Tufts had prescribed, though.
How about a text that she had sent to her mother on October 20th, sir? I know you indicate in your report that you had a chance to review all of the computer searches, text messages, Apple Watches, all that stuff, right?
Yes, that's right.
All right.
And just for a little bit of clarification, weaning isn't easy. I'm not saying, look, I love being a mom. My entire life, I wanted an entire passel of children, and God blessed me with that. So I say this with the acknowledgement that there are some hard aspects to motherhood, but weaning is physically painful. You swell, your body is used to producing food to nourish a child, and then it doesn't get the memo that you're trying to stop. And unless they are, kind of baby-led weaning kind of opportunities, if you have to stop nursing quickly for whatever reason, whether it be for medical reasons or the baby's not latching, it's very, very painful. And there's a lot of guilt that goes into that. I was able to nurse a lot of my children. I had to bottle feed some of my children, and I still feel guilty that I couldn't nurse the ones that I physically could not nurse. And I was blessed that I didn't have anyone in my life that made me feel one way or another. This was internalized guilt, so I'm not blaming anyone in my life for it. But what I can tell you is if you're already tired, you're already somewhat anxious and depressed and everything else, adding one more physical discomfort. I'm not a genius, I'm not an expert, but what did that do to the mental calculus? I don't know, but I did wanna offer a little bit of insight.
Read that text, please. October 20th. This is a text that she sent to her mother. Read it.
Would you like me to read it out loud?
I'd like you to read it out loud.
All right. Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
Did her mother come up the next day and stay with her?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the records.
I'm sure. You know, sir, that she actually climbed into the bed with her mother to sleep with her mother when the mother was staying with her during this period of time?
No, I didn't know that.
In the middle of November, sir, she texted her mother-in-law, which would be Pat's mother, Sue. This would be Sue Clancy, who was also a labor and delivery nurse, right?
Yes, that's correct.
She texted Sue while she was at work as a nurse, right?
Yes.
And Sue was in the emergency room and actually realized that Lindsay was at the hospital and stated that she felt unwell. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Sue see her in the hospital, if you know?
I think she met with her in the emergency room.
Okay. And then her mother-in-law was trying to help her out and referred her to another person that was a friend of a friend, so to speak, right? To help her out?
The nurse practitioner, is that who you're talking about?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, that's right.
And she was able to meet with that individual, Paul, until she left, I think like a week later. She went on to another job, right?
I think that's right, yeah.
And that's when she saw Nurse Gelada. Was that correct?
To my memory, that's correct, yes.
And then would you agree with me, sir, that at this time frame in November, she was having real difficulty with sleep disruption, yes?
Yes, I would.
She had concerns all along about this, starting in mid-October, about the impact of the medications on her insomnia, correct?
Yes, insomnia was one of the first problems that she experienced when she started taking the medication in October.
And she expressed the fact that she believed that the medications were obviously having an adverse effect on her. They were damaging her brain, right?
She did express that view, yes.
And then she still, however...
Squid, I have been watching just the crosses for Rebuttal. After I did a kind of cursory pre-watch of what we were doing or dealing with Direct, it's my channel, I just wanted to cover Cross. So I do plan to go on the weekend because we do need to cover the, mortal sin and attempt for a mistrial. But I've been very transparent. If I were a juror on this trial, I would have had to raise my hand after the second bringing of Catholicism into this trial. I legitimately would tell the judge, transparently, I will try to be as objective about the facts as I was giving my oath to be, but I legitimately dislike viscerally the Commonwealth. So do with that information what you will. It's an important case. If you need to kick me off the jury, I completely understand that. That's why we have alternates. But she has so offended the sensibilities of the court. And this is a personal issue with me. Like, I should be able to get over this, but as a juror, I would have to be very, very transparent with the judge because it is so important, because at the end of the day, there are 3 children that lost their lives. But the Commonwealth has so thoroughly turned me off that I don't know that I could be objective of any of the points that they've made in this trial, and I'd have to be very real about that.
They had a positive outlook and was hoping that things would turn around in her life and that she could get back to being herself, is a quote, right?
Yes, that's right.
But instead, and I quote your words yesterday, it got worse.
Yes.
Late in November, she's still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to, and I quote, the end of her rope. Bad analogy, but nevertheless, that's what she said, right?
Yes, it is.
She was feeling off, disconnected, sort of like a zombie, your words, testifying here yesterday, sir, correct?
And honestly, I feel you. I feel you, Gail, but here's where I'm at right now, and I have to be very transparent with you. I can't watch the Commonwealth without breaking apart everything they're saying, and that isn't a good viewing experience for you, nor is it respectful of the case they're attempting to put on in honor of the victims. And I've been very, very clear on this channel that I never ever I may be irreverent, I may be goofy, I may be left of center or, not quite normal. But what I will never do is disrespect the human tragedy at the base of each and every one of these trials. And I don't think anyone would be served by me being uh, basically painting with profanity. That doesn't do anything for anyone. And I've genuinely come from the generation, and my mom was big on, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. And I understand that my channel kind of negates all of that with my snark. But when I genuinely feel that I can't add anything positive or even, a message of support, I do try to not cover that stuff or watch it or whatever, because I don't wanna put that out there. I don't want my channel to be that. And so I have made the decision not to cover the direct, and I encourage you to go to Defense Diaries. They're doing the entire channel. I know, Squid is covering some of it. There are plenty of very good content creators that are doing the whole shebang, and I'm just being very transparent where I am right now, that I don't feel like it would be respectful or in any way at the base, which is always to honor the human tragedy and give it respect that it deserves in our own irreverent way, for me to watch the directs. But I do see where you're coming from, so I wanted to address it as respectfully and transparently as I could.
Correct.
She was reporting at this point panic symptoms, concerns about the benzodiazepines, correct?
Yes,
Indicated that she was disoriented and forgetful, correct?
correct.
You told us that she stated that she was disconnected from her body. Isn't that correct?
That's how she described feeling, yes.
Could not relate to people, felt that she was in a disassociative state. Isn't that right?
Yes, that is right.
Thought that the medication was resulting in this type of development in her life, correct? She felt the medications were contributing to this.
Yes, that's correct.
And in December, and I quote you, it's not getting better. It got from worse, it got better. Well, actually, not better. It got worse again, didn't it, in December?
December was probably the worst month for her, as she described it.
And in December, sir, you recall that she indicated, and I quote from your testimony, horrible intrusive thoughts. She had thoughts about harming herself, potentially as she...
Now, Gail, another option you could listen to is JD, A Lawyer Explains. He is a genuinely wonderful person who he doesn't live stream that I'm aware of. He might have started live streaming. I know that was one of his goals, but he does cover a lot of the topics and both sides of this trial, and he gives grace. He doesn't, he has a little bit of snark, but he is incredibly thoughtful and reasoned and an attorney. So that's another option. He is the person I go to get my sort of notes and kind of cliff notes on what the Commonwealth did the day before. So there are a wealth of different resources, but that might be more easy for you to digest. And I know he does a really thoughtful job of breaking things down. And he's one of my go-tos. And he's also just a genuinely good person. So it really does shine through.
Continue to experience these thoughts later into December, correct?
Yes, that's right.
These thoughts, did anyone say to her, are these thoughts, are these coming from outside your head? Are they coming from inside your head? Are they male voices? Are they female voices? Anybody ask anything about thoughts, what they were? According to the medical records, not according to your guess.
That's a standard kind of question when you're
My
being
question, sir, is you read the medical records.
No, overruled.
Can you answer that question based on Dr. Helbrin's review of the medical records of what this young lady went through in that hell that she was living?
Is your question, did someone ask her about hallucinations?
Yeah, if
or
I come
thoughts?
to you for help and I say, I've got intrusive thoughts about killing myself, God forbid, I'm thinking about killing my kids, I've got these thoughts in my head, would you ask me? Voices? Thoughts? What are they? Does anybody ask that question?
Yes, that's a standard question that psychiatrists ask at the beginning of each appointment. It's a standard mental status question.
Did any one of those psychiatrists ask Lindsay Clancy that question, according to the medical records? Anyone?
Ms. Clancy completed the answer to those questions
What question?
on a number of occasions,
Sir,
if I
what
might.
questions?
No, well, go ahead.
What
Go,
questions?
Finish that question and I'll let you have that question.
Okay.
Finish the answer.
Questions such as, are you hearing voices? If so, describe those and so on. And the typical response that she gave as part of a question like that was no.
How about when someone says, I've got dark thoughts? Does anybody, professionals, ask, what are the dark thoughts?
If somebody said, I'm having dark thoughts, then the follow-up question would be, tell me more. What are the thoughts? Tell me, just give me some descriptions of what you're having, what you're thinking, what it's like, and so on.
So if a patient goes to a doctor and says, I'm having these intrusive thoughts, I'm having dark thoughts, I'm having thoughts of, and at the same time frame in December, she's talking about harming the children, correct?
She said that those thoughts had come to her at times.
At times.
Yes,
And she mentioned that to her husband, didn't she?
that's what she said, yes.
She mentioned, did you talk to her husband about it?
Yes, I did talk to her husband
Tell
about
you
it.
that she said that to him?
Yes.
A couple of times she said it to him, right?
A couple of times she said, I'm having thoughts, and he asked her, give me more detail if you could, and she said, they're just thoughts, it's not a plan, that sort of thing.
You got this girl living in her house with her kids, saying she's having dark thoughts, saying she's thinking of harming the children. And Patrick's response, according to your testimony, is just basically just power through it, you'll be okay?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Huh?
No, that was not his response as he described it. He asked more questions because one of the things that she had been dealing with for some time are thoughts about hurting herself and possibly the kids. And so,
Wait a minute. You can't have it both ways, Commonwealth. She can't be so incredibly sick that she is letting people know that she's having these dark thoughts. And then because she doesn't have a plan, they're not all that bad. We can't hold Patrick to a standard that the trained medical professionals didn't. I I know, Squid, I know that's the one part that I struggle with. But I also know that caretaker burnout is real, that, going from a dual income family to a single income family and trying to keep his business going. I'm not standing for Patrick, but I am trying to put, a realistic picture of what his life was looking like. He had a wife who was deteriorating, and maybe he was hoping beyond hope that the medical professionals, kept telling him 6 to 8 weeks, the medicine's going to kick in. Oh, well, it's not this medicine. It's Look, guys, I don't know. I haven't lived with the Clancys. I don't know. But I have never been more flabbergasted than when I learned that she was turned away 3 times because she didn't have a specified plan. I thought that the hotline was to help you get out of a place where you were even looking for a specified plan.
So what he did was try to get more information about the details. He asked questions that a mental health professional would also ask, which is how often, what are they like? Do you have a plan? Things like that. And she pretty consistently said, no, I don't have a plan. And this is how often it happens, but they're just thoughts.
So let's talk about that, because that's apparently the standard reaction. If a patient comes to a doctor and says, I'm having dark thoughts, intrusive thoughts, I'm thinking of hurting myself, I'm thinking of hurting the kids, you say, do you have a plan? That's the question you ask, right?
That's one of the questions that you ask,
If
yes.
the person says, nah, I don't have a plan, I'm just having these thoughts, and you just basically move on, give them more drugs, what do you do?
No, you don't move on. You're aware that the person has reported having those thoughts, and you've appraised the risk, and the risk has to do with things like how imminent is it? How serious is it? Are there means? How is there a plan? What sort of detail is involved, and so on. And so basically what you do at that point is you take it seriously, but you also try to describe how seriously to take it.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that she was complaining through December about these unwelcome and internal thoughts? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's important for your evaluation because when you ask the question, when you're experiencing these thoughts, were they your own thoughts or were they auditory hallucinations? And she indicated to you they're my own thoughts. That's what your testimony was, right, yesterday?
That's correct.
But she made clear that these were unwelcome and that they were intrusive. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
So she's answering your questions honestly. She certainly isn't trying to fake that she's hearing all sorts of voices yelling at her and things like that. She's answering honestly, correct?
Yes.
Very cooperative, correct?
Yes, correct.
You then would indicate, sir, that in your evaluation as you went on, that she described an experience on December 15th. And she described December 15th as being literally one of the worst days in her life, right?
Yes.
And that's, why was it one of the worst days of her life?
Well, it was one of the worst days because things were getting more intense and difficult, and the thoughts that she was experiencing were harder to handle for her.
As a result of that, her husband, Pat, took her to the hospital, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that it looked like she was having general anxiety symptoms, right? That's your testimony yesterday.
It looked from what the records reflected that anxiety was something that they were focusing on her experiencing.
And then you said in your testimony, but not so much the postpartum. What does that mean?
It means that in December, she would have been 7 months away from giving birth to Callan. And consequently, it was less likely to be postpartum than depression for other reasons, or bipolar or major depression or something like that, rather than postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, something like that.
Because you know that postpartum is not a medical diagnosis. That's just the fact that you had a baby, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. And when she went to that hospital, did they provide any help for her or any medication, or what happened on December 15th?
She did not stay in the hospital.
So, Jen, loosely the timeline, as I understand it, is that Lindsay was basically okay when Patrick was, for the most part, on paternity leave, and they were able to go to the Cape. So, in the summer, about the time when she was supposed to go back to work, around September, is when she started having these intrusive thoughts. And I do believe it's the beginning of September of the year of the incident. Well, the year before the incident, because it would have been the following January that the incident happened. But basically, it does seem like she was doing okay until she was going to have to go to work, or back to work.
Very long. And so, no, she didn't remain there long enough to get the kind of help that you would usually get on an inpatient basis.
But the next day or thereabouts, she goes back to see Tuss, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she immediately tries to reach out for help to anybody that would listen to her, right?
She was trying hard to get help.
Now we get to December 20th. December 20th wasn't a very good day either, was it?
Well, that was the day she went to the she went to the Rhode Island hospital that had a postpartum program.
Now, you know from looking at the medical records that, in fact, it was recommended to her, I think by maybe the LAFCW young lady, Letitia Dukes, but maybe I'm wrong, they're in the records. Someone told her to get in touch with this Rhode Island hospital, right?
Yes.
They specialized in postpartum care for women that possibly are going through postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression, right?
Yes.
And Pat, her husband, took her and dropped her off, and then he went skiing with Cora. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he dropped her off in that hospital, and she was evaluated by a doctor and some people, correct?
Yes,
And you reviewed those medical records, right?
I did.
And when you reviewed the medical records, did you see that she was also involved in group discussions and crayons and coloring and things like that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Did that help her out, do you think, coloring?
There's a number of things that they try to do. I think coloring as such would not be helpful, but
Okay.
there's art therapy and there's various other kinds of things that people are involved in.
All right, so various other things that people are involved in. So I assume the people you're referring to would be the employees of the hospital.
Or the patients who are attending the postpartum program.
Okay. So what exactly was the program? What did they do? That one day that she was there for 8 hours. What did they do?
She wasn't accepted as part of that
I didn't ask you
program.
about that. I asked you, what did they do?
Well, they evaluated her, as my understanding from reviewing the records.
And then what happened, sir, when they evaluated her?
They evaluated her and they indicated that she was not appropriate for their program.
And you testified yesterday that, and I quote, they said she did not necessarily fit into their postpartum program. They did offer her 3 other programs. Remember that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And then you indicated that patient was offered several options, including inpatient treatment for medication management, right?
Yes.
a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Where was that program?
I don't know.
Or continued outpatient management, right?
Yes.
What is that, like going to see Tufts? Outpatient management?
Yes. That's living at home in the community and being treated by a psychiatrist, which is what Dr. Tufts was.
Right. Well, okay. So patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. Is what you said yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she did the next day, right?
Yes.
And do you think that it's that a doctor who has been licensed as a physician psychiatrist advertising that they specialize in postpartum, postnatal issues is qualified to treat a young woman with this symptomology that she brought to that desk? Oh, I'm sorry, to the television set?
The television set. Reddington, bless you. I love that you are never. It is the television set. It is telehealth from now on.
I don't understand your question.
Well, you know that she never met, Tufts never met this girl. She never met her, ever, until she sat in that witness stand.
I understand that their treatment was done remotely.
Was remotely. So when I say the television, that's what I mean. It's like you're on Zoom, you're on whatever. I apologize for that.
Yes. Yeah.
So she went the next day and actually remotely accessed a meeting.
Did this witness think that she'd like put in a VHS tape and watched like Suzanne Summers' Thigh Master / Depression Workshop?
With Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
And then she went back onto her schedule with Dr. Tufts, but that didn't help so much. Is that correct? You indicated that she was still numb. She was still having suicidal ideation, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you said, though, sir, yesterday is that her admission to the hospital was because they did not feel, and I quote, that she did not necessarily fit into their program. You recall that?
You mean their failure to accept her into the day program?
The failure to help her, period. They told her to leave.
It's my understanding that what they said was that you don't fit with our program because it's not a postpartum phenomenon, and that's what the program is about.
Did you really read those records?
Yes.
Seriously?
Yes, I did.
No, what they said it wasn't a postpartum issue, was that she was over medicated and they couldn't even get a baseline on her because the medications had so befouled her baseline. So in order to, treat her for whatever she had to be out of her over medicated state. That's actually what the records say.
And
So
I
tell me
wrote
again.
something about, in my report, I wrote something about it.
Wait for the next question, okay?
Yes, sure.
So you read the records from that Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island.
Yes.
On this jury, right?
Yes.
And what was the language, the word salad you just said to me that they didn't accept her because of what?
Objection.
You rephrase that.
What was it you just said to this jury they wouldn't accept her? Why?
It was a day program for women experiencing postpartum difficulties. And their evaluation of Miss Clancy was that her difficulties were more related to general mental health, but not particularly to postpartum difficulties. And so she did not,
Go ahead.
if I might,
Yeah, you might.
if she might,
Just a quick translation in Reddington speak. If he's letting you talk, he no longer cares because he has all he needs from you for his next 1-2 punch question.
be more appropriate for somebody. She might be more appropriate for a general mental health program, but not so much for a postpartum day program, which is what they had. So they didn't say that you don't need help. They just said that you don't fit with our program.
Would it surprise you to know, sir, that they said that she didn't fit with their program, as you put it, because of the overlay of over-medication that her doctors had caused to that point? Do you have any memory of that at all?
There were questions that they raised about the medication.
It wasn't just questions. They said that's the reason. The secondary diagnosis as to why they wouldn't accept this young lady is because of the medications that she had been prescribed. Over-medicated.
The
You recall?
Did we just catch a Reddington head smack in open court? Holy fazolies.
You recall seeing that in those records?
Yes, I recall a diagnosis of depression, which was not specified further because there were medicine complications.
Do I have to get the medical records and read them to you?
Yes.
I actually have something in my report, so I
Good.
can
No.
read it back
Can
to
you
you.
pull it out and tell me
Yes.
what the discharge diagnosis was?
Who's the guy on Mortal Kombat that says, finish him? Because I heard his voice, I just don't remember his name. Yeah, Sebastian, I have noticed that this judge is very engaged. He has been particularly thoughtful. Even when I don't agree with his reasoning, he has been incredibly thoughtful. From the start of this case to, day 20, I have found him to be thoughtful and he looks at all the statutes, he reasons them through. Even if I don't like his reasoning, it's sound and, he's given it thought. I don't agree with how much he's let the Commonwealth sort of bring in, and he has been overturned in the past because of it in a similar style case. But I very much think that this judge is dialed in, and he is noticing how shaded the Commonwealth's case is. So I do like having a judge that's dialed in. I noticed this. We've had really good judges this year on these hard cases. The judge in the Athena Strand trial was very dialed in. The judge in the Paul Canero trial was especially dialed in. So I do appreciate him.
Exhibit 220. Which ones are you looking for?
220, I guess. Women and infants hospital record.
And I do have to give a shout out as much as they're kind of in the background. The court staff has been amazing in this case. They've been on top of exhibit numbers, even when they've had to change and things like that, and a lot of different paperwork. So they've actually done a really good job, and we've seen not so great ones or ones that get really snippy. So I've been really impressed with all of the court staff as well.
Of my report. And
Discharge diagnosis?
the records indicate a diagnosis of generalized anxiety disorder and depressive disorder without further specification, and I quote, due to adverse drug effects.
Anything else?
Yes, they indicate that her chief complaint was feeling numb and crazy depressed, identified passive suicidal ideation, notes that
I'm sure you can read all the diagnoses. My question, sir, is simple. It's on the discharge diagnosis. That's all.
yes, the discharge diagnosis was anxiety and depression.
And secondary to what?
They didn't specify more about the depression because it was due to adverse drug effects.
Okay. And in your review of the record, sir, did you?
But lexiconically, do you understand that the primary diagnosis, so the generalized depression was secondary to the primary diagnosis of being over medicated? You are aware of how primary and secondary work as far as, categorization, that the first one is the primary and the second one is the secondary.
You then see that the doctor at the Women and Infants at least was concerned enough about the overprescriptions that she reached out to Dr. Gelada to speak to her.
Dr. Gelada?
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Sir, you just didn't understand the concept of primary and secondary, but you want to get someone on a nitpicky little thing. This is the chief thing I see people do wrong. Being right about a small ticky-tacky thing when you are wrong about the big picture. Yes, I may misspell something. Yes, I may not use correct grammar, but at the end of the day, is what I misspelled wrong?
Like Captain Major, that type of thing. But Gelada, you know who she is, right?
I do, yes.
Okay. Did they reach out?
What the hell was that voice? Ew.
Gelada, you know who she is, right?
I do, yes.
Ew. Ew. To quote my favorite actor or character, Ernest P. Worrell. Ew.
Did they reach out to nurse practitioner Gelada?
I did not see that in the records.
Can we break here, Judge, because I got to get the records.
All right, it's 11 o'clock. So why don't we take the morning recess at this time? We'll come back shortly.
Do 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 do. Finding the records, they must be in Tennessee.
Jury, counsel? Okay. Yeah.
J.K.D. Book, a question I'd like to know is what is the duty of care in Massachusetts? If a place cannot help a patient, are they obligated to refer them to a place that can? That is one of the ticky-tacky things that I really thought we were going to get into, but I think we might get into more on the civil trial, because I do believe that there might be an issue. And no problem. I do think that's going to be a bigger issue addressed in the civil case, because I'm not quite sure what the standard duty of care is. And Jennifer C., no problem. Forgive me. I've not been following until the last few days, and I'm new to this case. Did any mental health provider try talking to her, or did they just throw pills at her? In my observation, there was one clinician, and I haven't done a whole lot of research. There are content creators like Defense Diaries who have been on this case since before it went to trial, and they are a wealth of really good knowledge. And they are Defense Diaries. They, are on the defendant's side, but I do think that they do give a fairly clear, objective picture. If you're at any way, if any way convinced that the medical system might have failed. Now, the short answer to your question is no, but I do believe that there was a nurse practitioner named nurse practitioner Paul, who I believe would have been a good practitioner for Lindsay, but she was moving and her care then went to nurse practitioner Gelada. So sadly, yes, I do believe that she had one clinician who was trying to listen to her and trying to deal with her without giving meds, and who had, I think, had a background in midwifery and substance abuse with women in pregnancy. So it's not it's not a short answer. Yes, she did have access. Unfortunately, that practitioner moved away, and she was left with basically people who are just throwing pills at her, despite very clear verbal, assertions from Lindsay and even her husband that the medications had some very, very serious side effects.
All right, jurors enter.
Back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Reddington?
Thank you. So I now have, sir, Exhibit 220, which would be the records from the Women and Infants Hospital that you read.
And thank you, JKV Buck, for your modelly mod abilities. I appreciate them, and good luck on your meetings. May the odds be ever in your favor.
Prior to coming in here today, correct?
Yes.
And when you read the records, would you agree with me, sir, that there was a history of present illness, which means they would ask Lindsay questions about how she felt, what her medications were, things like that, right?
Yes, I would.
And when you were reviewing this, did you note that she indicated that she was feeling, and I quote, because it's in quotes, crazy, depressed, numb to all emotion, end quote, quote, can't feel love, end quote, quote, my life is becoming a disaster, end quote. You saw those?
Are you quoting from the records or from my report?
Records, Exhibit 220.
Okay, yes, I would agree that those were words that were used when I reviewed the records.
And when you were talking with Lindsay, you asked her what she meant by saying she can't feel love?
Yes, she said that she felt like a shell. She felt hollow. She felt like a zombie. She felt emotionally flat as a pancake, which is also one of the phrases that was used in those records to describe her mood.
Okay. My life is becoming a disaster, quote, can't feel fear, end quote. What did that mean? Did you ask anything like that? Can't feel fear.
I didn't ask her specifically about can't feel fear. She indicated that she couldn't feel things emotionally that. So.
Worried that she is, quote, messed up beyond repair, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
That was several places, yes, including the records.
Quote, takes all the effort in the world just to breathe, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
Yes.
And in the interviews of friends and family, would you agree in this time frame, which was in December, to the end of December, that she was having difficulty even getting out of bed?
Yes.
She felt very heavy. She couldn't even walk. She had difficulty with her personal hygiene, correct?
Yes.
Was worried about how she's going to take care of her kids and feed them and watch them while Patrick was working, right?
Yes.
And one of her goals, and I quote, was to come off meds and be able to sleep, end quote.
Yes.
Now, insomnia, you'd agree with me, is very serious.
Oh, I would absolutely agree with you.
And
Yes.
that can lead to any number of things, right?
Yes.
Can even lead to psychosis, right?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you about,
And as much as this case has been about pharmacology or polypharmacology or the absolute kind of crazy um, side effects and counterindications and interactions that some of these drugs can have with each other, a lot of this is about lack of sleep and how that exacerbates an already wounded mind. You know, if a mind is already fragile, what does lack of sleep do to it? And I don't think enough attention has been paid to the sleep deprivation, the chronic lack of sleep. And it's not something that you can just catch up on the weekend. This is like a bone deep tired that lingers, that sticks with you. Even if you get a good night's sleep, paradoxically, you feel more tired, on your good nights than you do if you're kind of white knuckling it through 3 hours of sleep. So, sleep is very restorative to your brain. There are certain repairs that your neurons require you to be in a sleep state, for reset purposes, and if you're not getting enough of that, that can be a very big toll on your mental health.
the treatment plan and recommendations that the district attorney had asked you about as well. And if I may, and if you need to look at it, let me know. It says treatment plan, admit to DHP. Do you know what DHP is?
No.
Okay. Medication, recommended tapering off Seroquel, starting with 200 milligrams tonight and follow up with outpatient provider. That would be who, Gelada?
At the time, it could have been Gelada or Tufts.
And then indicating, sir, that diagnosis that we talked about, if I may approach, can you, right here, just read number 1 and 2?
Number 1 is GAD, which stands for generalized anxiety disorder. Number 2 is depression, unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects.
So when you rule out, you have a concern about adverse drug effects, one of the things that I imagine one would do is to reach out to the person that's prescribing the drugs, right?
It's possible. There could be other strategies as well. You could change the medication. You could discontinue it. There could be a number of things.
And when you read the record, sir, again, page 9 on the treatment plan, did you make note of the fact, and I quote, of note, we attempted to reach current outpatient provider Rebecca Gelada, NP, but did not receive a call back. You see that?
I may have seen that. I didn't note it in what I wrote here.
In any event, patient plans to reach out to previous provider who would be Jennifer Tufts, and she did that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the other things that you had made reference to, sir, is that you relied on is when her husband came home and found Lindsay on the ground in the snow after she had jumped out the window. He spoke with her, is what you told this jury, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us again what it is that he said to her and what she said to him?
He said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself." And then he said, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "In the basement."
Now, what is your source of that information, sir?
It was in the records, and I also did a collateral interview with Patrick Clancy.
Did you listen to the 911 tape?
No, I did not.
If I tell you, would you be surprised, sir, that she had significant damage, not only to her back, her spine, and was hemorrhaging, but also to her throat?
No, I would not be surprised. She injured herself very badly when she jumped out that window.
If I suggest to you, sir, that if you listen to the 911 tape as it relates to Patrick Clancy interacting with her, that she can only make grunting noises, would you be surprised at that?
I would be surprised, yes.
And you never listened to that tape?
I did not.
Went into McLean Hospital, and that would be the locked wards of McLean Hospital. She was there for 5 days, correct?
That's correct.
And then she was released at her request to attend Cora's birthday, right?
Yes.
When she was released, would you agree, sir, that, well, while she was there, she continued to describe her mood as numb, denying things like that she's not having hallucinations and suicidal thoughts or homicidal thinking at the time, and that would be prior to her discharge. Is that right?
There was a lot in that question, so if you could break it down for me, I'd appreciate it.
No, I'm just going to ask, sir, if would you agree with me that she indicated what her mood was prior to discharge, right? Well, as a doctor, you're not going to let somebody walk out the door of a locked ward in a hospital without making sure that, in your opinion, that it's okay for.
Gail, I do believe that we know that there is a recording of the 911 call. However, that was not released to the public. I am A-okay with that. I can only imagine what the jury in the courtroom had to hear and how awful that was. So there is a recording, and I do believe that he, as an expert, would have had access to that recording and could have listened to it if he wanted to. But I understand taking Patrick's word as a collateral witness, but then you would have to listen to the 911 call, because as a psychologist, you have to be aware that during very high stress situations, you might not basically, Patrick might not be the most reliable narrator of this time period, not because he's intentionally lying, not because he's trying to, set up an alibi or anything remotely conscious like that, but because the human brain doesn't always record memories correctly or accurately under high stress.
The person to be released to their home, family, things of that nature, right?
I'm looking at the part of my
Sir,
report.
can you understand my question? I don't care about your report. I'm asking you about when someone is in a hospital, you don't release them unless you feel they're not a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer to that question is yes.
And she was released, right? From the hospital.
Yes.
And she then was allowed to go home and go to her daughter Cora's birthday, right?
That's correct.
And this was on January 5?
January 5, yes.
And she was described in the records as being cooperative and pleasant, right?
Cooperative, pleasant, no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal ideation, mood described as good, in quotes, and not anxious.
Good for you. Anything else you want to add?
Not appropriate, maybe, but I understand where it's coming from. This man has been obstreperous. He has been just a total jerk face. And the sad thing is that I think he is probably a very competent clinician in his, advocacy or his focus on adolescents. I think that is probably a really, really competent witness when it comes to adolescent substance abuse, continued dangerousness and things like that. But when it comes to this particular thing, he has not made a very good example or representation of himself, in my opinion.
That's sustained. Next question.
So after discharge, would you agree, sir, that she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge because she thought that she was off the Seroquel and felt that was what was causing her a lot of her problems, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. But the intrusive suicidal ideation and thoughts returned. Isn't that right?
Within a week, yes.
And they were pretty bad, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
And again, she's describing, according to your testimony yesterday, symptomology that you said of combined 2 and 3. That would be on the little diagram you put up on the board, right? For the jurors to look at, the blue thing that you had with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
The PowerPoint slide, yes.
Right. So you combine 2 and 3 on the slide, but you talked about this before, is what you indicate. And this is after she started taking the medication. Anxiety didn't get better. She had difficulty, great difficulty with insomnia, and that she was numb, right? Yet again.
Yes.
Right? And a zombie, yet again, right?
Yes.
And she didn't see any improvement. Is that right, sir?
No, that's not right.
Okay, well, quote, in fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medications prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly new symptoms, which were insomnia. It's page 126 of your testimony.
Okay.
Yes, okay. All
I
right.
misunderstood your question.
That's all right, no problem.
Sorry.
That's okay. And then you further indicated that moving on to number 5 on your chart, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on making the anxiety, helping the anxiety getting better through medication, right?
Yes.
It was also counseling. She went to counseling through Latasha Dukes. Miss Gelada was still treating her, correct?
The counseling was limited, but yes, that is correct. She was involved in some counseling.
So it was limited. Is that a bad thing? Did this woman not want to
Objection.
go to anybody that would help her, sir? Are you trying to tell the jury that she was avoiding help?
Sustained. Next question.
So it was limited? How is it limited?
It was short-term and supportive as opposed to something where in the field you might pick a cognitive behavioral therapist, which is empirically supported for things like anxiety and depression and patience and things like that.
Who makes that decision? Does a person like this make that decision, sir? Is it up to the patient to make a decision of cognitive, whatever it is you just said?
Yes, it's certainly one of the things that an individual can do is looking for a referral from.
Wait a minute. No, any research that's done by a patient, according to the Commonwealth, is doctor shopping and trying to manipulate the system. It's evidence of premeditation. So, doctor, you need to be very careful because if you say that she should have researched, well, all of that research is being used against her right now, trying to be a, informed patient and, trying to be as confident and as informed as doing her own part in her patient care to make sure that she knows what these medicines might have side effects, that she's aware of what these are doing. Score. But you can't say on one hand, because while the expert is being very correct, you do have to advocate for your own patient care. This is looking very bad for the Commonwealth because basically their expert is saying in order to be an informed patient, in order to get the care that you need, you have to do research. And that's exactly what Lindsay did. She went to a medical care facility that was designated as being preeminent in her area for dealing with the very specialized, issues that happen to women that are known to happen to women after childbirth in the mental health sphere. So again, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Commonwealth.
Somebody who would be a cognitive behavior therapist or something like that. So yes,
Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
I'm
All
finished.
set?
I'm finished.
She was focusing on trying to make this anxiety and make her feelings about her feelings go away. She wanted to be herself again, right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, there's nothing wrong with that, right? For a person to want to do that?
Not at all.
Okay. You indicated that she was concerned about resolving her problems, and the district attorney then asked you about if this is some type of her taking control of her life. You indicated that she is trying to take control of her life. Remember that?
I testified that it was important that she felt in control and that she could make things happen and improve things through focusing and discipline and hard work.
And that's what you've already agreed, that she was a person that wasn't afraid of hard work, right?
Yeah, on the contrary, she worked hard and she got a lot of results from working.
So that's not an issue that would be something that would be a black mark against her, that she's trying to take control of her life as it relates to these medications and what they're doing to her and her internal feelings of postpartum, if that's what she believed?
I was not trying to develop black marks against her. I was just trying to
I'm sorry.
describe
I thought
how
you
she
said-
thinks and
No, let him
feels
finish.
and behaves.
Sorry, you're right.
All right. Next question.
I thought you said yesterday that, you put 2 marks over this category, 3 marks over this category. This is possible. That's possible. You were considering these things, right?
That was on another issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as it relates to resolving the problems, that would include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own. This is your testimony. Asking friends and family for tips. Really? You're supposed to ask friends and family for tips about your mental psychosis, your mental state?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Well, Dr. Helbrun testified yesterday as it relates to, in response to questions from the district attorney about her resolving her problems, including talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, and asking friends and family for tips.
Objection, is there a question?
Yeah, the question is that good medical advice, sir? To tell a sick person who comes to a doctor for help to go ask their friends and family for tips?
One of the things I would say is that when you want very much to improve, you of course ask your doctor and whoever else you're working with, but you might also ask other people in the family or friends any recommendations that they might have. That's sort of something that you do.
And when you say sort of something you do, what are you referring to? The women that come to a doctor in the postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, and ask for help, that they should go talk to their neighbors?
I think that one of the things that's kind of a natural human inclination is to talk to people who are close to you, friends and family and so on, and say, this is a problem I'm having. Do you have any advice, or can you help in any way?
And then over the course of the time that she was going through this experience into late January, she had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicated considerations, so much so that the diagnosis that was given to her, being at that time adjustment disorder with anxiety and depressions, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, postpartum stress disorder. Those are your words, sir.
Yes.
And that was all in January, wasn't it? Right? Stop saying no.
Are you asking me whether she had all the symptoms of all those disorders in January?
Your word, sir, for late January.
Objection. If we could have the question and the response.
Yeah. Good. Next question. Go ahead.
Did I just read right what you said in your testimony yesterday?
I'm not understanding your question, Mr. Reddington.
She also had psychotropic medication with adverse reaction. Your words to this jury yesterday.
Yes.
What is psychotropic medication with adverse reaction? What does that mean?
It's pronounced psychotropic. And
Sorry?
oh, okay. It's psychotropic medication is medication that is prescribed to help treat symptoms of mental or emotional disorder. And it helps to improve, hopefully, the symptoms that you experience. And there was another part to your question, I think.
Yeah, it's called adverse.
Yes. These medications are available because for what they're prescribed for, they help most people. They have to go through clinical trials and all sorts of things. But for a few people, there are side effects and what we call adverse reactions, and they don't help. In fact, they might make things worse. And it appeared to me from reviewing the records that for Ms. Clancy, she's one of those few people where the reactions were very different, very poor, they were not the kind of reactions that were designed to have the medication prescribed for and improve the symptoms. She just had sort of the opposite happen.
Look at her. You look at her, sir. Did she have adverse reactions in your mind after you evaluated her, looked at the medical records, and looked at all of the scripts that she had? Do you believe that she had adverse reactions?
Sustained as to the form.
Do you believe that she had adverse reactions?
To the medication that she had been prescribed since September?
Did she have adverse reactions, sir, up to the time of late January when you had no problem answering questions for the DA yesterday? Did she have adverse reactions into late January?
I believe she was having adverse reactions from the time she began taking the medication in October up to and including January.
Do you think that the treatment that she got from Tufts and Gelada,
That's a very big admission for a Commonwealth witness that she was still experiencing adverse reactions to medications. Now, he's being very, very careful to say they weren't that huge or they weren't that big, but that's an admission right there that was huge. And I don't know that the state will be able to rehabilitate that. Because again, it's all coming down to having your cake and eating it too. And you can't do that. You can't say that she was having adverse reactions, but they weren't that bad. Unless you are really, really able to drill down and have very, very detailed examinations as to how you come to this conclusion, other than, well, when you want to improve yourself, you ask your friends and family how to do that.
was good?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't know. That's not something that I evaluated as part of my evaluation of Ms. Clancy.
You testified yesterday that she was returning to exercising in December. And then the district attorney followed up and indicated, well, she went to the Kingsbury Club in December. Remember that question?
I don't actually.
No? Do you know what the Kingsbury Club is? It sounds pretty fancy.
I don't actually.
Do you know that it's just an exercise place with a pool? You can bring your kids, a little restaurant?
Once again, I don't know what the Kingsbury Club is.
Well, there's no problem with a woman trying to exercise to try to avoid drugs and try to get herself out of any depressed state that she might be in after having a baby, right? No problem with that.
On the contrary, it's a good idea if she can do it, and it's something that she used exercise all her life to help manage her mood and do better.
One of the questions the DA asked you yesterday is about the manic state or hypomanic state, and exercise or things of that nature. And you answered that she did some exercise. Well, she did more than some exercise right after having Callan, didn't she?
She did.
What did she do?
She got up at 4 a.m. She ran 3 miles. She did half an hour on the Peloton, did an exercise.
I can only speak for myself, but in times of great stress, as a person that's always struggled with my relationship with food, whether that be overeating or undereating or being very militant about what I do eat, when things are stressful, it is easy for me to exert my exert control on the one thing I can, which is my food intake, my exercise, and things like that. And it has been clinically proven, according to Dr. Mack and the reading of the DSM, that anxiety can present in women very prevalently as very restrictive or kind of oligarchical eating, kind of only, or no, it's orthodox eating, sorry, very, very restrictive eating or eating disorders, or, very punitive exercise kind of regimens. This is the way that some women can express underlying mental health issues, according to the DSM, but also from my own personal experience. When I'm stressed out, I do know that I focus more on food. It's something I know about myself. So I'm not an expert, but that is something that the Commonwealth's other expert said was a common clinical presentation of women with bipolar 2.
Exercise class, so she was doing a fair amount of exercise.
How about a road race shortly after she had the baby?
Yes, it's my understanding that she did that too, yes.
During that period of time while she's exercising and running and road races and all the rest, sir, would you agree, sir, that that coincided with the same time that they were involved with the cleaning out of the garage and removing property and selling things? You agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that at the same time she was doing the beach blanket bingo or whatever it is on television, where she's
Not bleach, not, oh dear Lord, not beach blanket bingo for beach body. P90X, that dude is gonna be ticked.
same time she was doing the beach blanket bingo or whatever it is on television, where she's selling people things like videos and lost money doing it?
Would I agree what?
Would you agree that she was selling videos online and it turned out that it was a scam and she lost her money?
I would agree that she was involved in something like that. I didn't know
Okay,
that she
so
lost
we
her
have
money.
the exercise, we have the scam, we have the hypo cleaning, all of that. Would you agree that that is just a little bit indicative of what you said to this jury, that you were struggling over, trying to find manic, hypomania? Agree with that?
I would agree that those could be symptoms of a manic episode, which I was having a hard time identifying as she was clearly experiencing something like that. But I did end up with a diagnosis of bipolar 2, and that reflected my thinking that some of those things that Mr. Reddington has just described could be symptoms of a manic disorder, although less serious than a bipolar 1 diagnosis.
Okay. District Attorney asked you about anxiety, that you felt that she was suffering. Your answer was, well, if it works.
Objection, may we approach sidebar?
Sure. Yeah, Councilman.
Interesting. I genuinely don't know what prompted this sidebar. I am not a lawyer, so it will be interesting to get Defense Diary's take on maybe why we went to sidebar. It's a bit of a longer sidebar.
So District Attorney asked you a question yesterday, sir, and it was in reference to doing things, and I quote, like exercise to complement medication and therapy. And your answer, and I quote, well, if it works, if it doesn't work for some people. It and the use effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere your life a little bit. What did you mean by that?
I mean that exercise.
holy word salad, what the hell was that? And you wonder why I don't watch Direct, because we missed those answers.
This is something that isn't useful for managing anxiety for some people, but for other people, it's quite useful.
Okay. In reference to determination as to a manic episode. Your response, sir, was that there were times when she felt, as she described it, after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world, she felt really close to them, her husband and her kids and so on, but it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode, so much that it looked like she was feeling good and getting back into exercise and stuff.
Yes.
That was your answer yesterday. Is that in reference to the struggle that you had to try to get to a manic episode? That's what you said yesterday, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And
The answer is yes. Can I ask about the transcript for her? She can cover it? Okay.
Nothing like your own words, hoisted by your own petard, so to speak. Nothing like your own words in a transcript from Friday.
When you were
frying
talking with her in
behind.
Tewksbury, either you or the other guy in the hospital, interviewing her one of those 3 days.
yes,
Let me back up. Would you agree with me, sir, that if a person has a memory while they're in a psychosis, that it's very possible that they could be imagining that they did something, but in fact, the facts, objective facts, would show she didn't?
it's possible that being in an actively psychotic condition could affect the way information is processed and therefore could affect the accuracy of their memory.
So, for example, she told you that after she slashed her wrists and after she tried to slit her throat, that she used the knife to cut the screen before she threw herself out the window, right?
Yes.
Was the screen cut?
I understand that it was not.
Did that give you pause?
There are a number of things that I don't think.
No. Again, sir, you have relied heavily on Lindsay being a reliable narrator and saying that she's compliant, and you have quoted her. But you failed to quote the fact that she misremembered a key detail in the incident. You cannot have it both ways.
Are all that important in terms of memory difficulties and accuracy of memory, and that was one of them.
Do you recall this morning indicating that you recounted that Lindsay told you that she felt, quote, like it wasn't her, end quote?
And I do want to remind everyone, because it's not a legal situation that we deal with often, but not guilty by reason of mental infirmity or defect doesn't mean she gets to walk free, figuratively speaking. She will remain in a state hospital until doctors and medical professionals adjudicate if she is ever okay to walk amongst humanity again. It's not a she is going to roll off into the sunset. No, this is still going to be something that is, she's not going back into society.
though she were watching herself commit the killings and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do. Do you remember saying that this
I
morning,
do,
sir?
yes.
Would you agree that that description is consistent, almost black letter definition with profound disassociation?
My testimony was,
No. Is that, sir, consistent with profound disassociation?
no, it is
So
consistent.
the answer is no. The answer is no?
Well, I was about to give the rest
I'm
of
sure
the
you were,
answer.
but the answer is no, is what you're saying, right? I just read to you what you testified to this jury this morning, right? Did I?
You
Did I
used,
read, sir? Hello, did I read what your words were this morning?
Oh God, don't take them away from the ceiling cats. From them all answer flows, or all answers flow. He cannot be disconnected from the ceiling cat hive mind.
I don't remember exactly what my words were this morning.
If Dr. Helbrin told this jury that when Lindsay was talking to you and/or Mac in the hospital, she felt, and I quote, like it wasn't her, as though she were watching herself commit the killings, and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do, end quote. Question is, would you agree, sir, that watching oneself is consistent with disassociation?
Disassociation that is peritraumatic, which is what I testified.
So the answer is yes?
Well, you said profound dissociation, so the answer was no.
Last time I knocked out profound. I'm just asking.
Oh,
is that
yeah,
consistent
okay.
with disassociation?
It is consistent with peritraumatic dissociation.
Okay.
Yes.
And briefly, what is disassociation?
Dissociation is sort of the sense that you are removed from yourself. You're not feeling like yourself. It's something like you're in a position where your sense of time and your sense of self are altered, and it's also the sort of thing where you don't feel as if it's you anymore. Sometimes you feel as though you're watching a body that's you, but it's not really you.
And at disassociation, you'd agree, and the DSM, using that book, is in fact defined as an altered mental state. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that in your evaluations of Lindsay after you guys had the chance to speak to her and consider all of the documentation, your opinion ended up, using your words, being in your mind two possible explanations? We talked about that, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And then you indicated that there were some possible things that made me believe that there was severe mental illness involved, right?
Yes,
And there was severe mental illness involved, right?
there were some possible things that made me think that it might have been a psychotic episode.
Right, but there were severe mental illnesses involved here, right?
Yes, there were.
Okay.
It's just
And-
a question of which kind.
Semantics.
Yes.
You talked about thought broadcasting, right?
Yes, I
And
did.
thought broadcasting, sir, would be if somebody hears a voice and is concerned that somebody else might have heard it, right?
No.
Okay, well,
Thought broadcasting,
That's what thought broadcasting is. Are you aware that Lindsay Clancy indicated to anybody that she was hearing or having these intrusive thoughts in her mind? Yes or no?
yes.
Did she indicate that she was afraid that people could read her mind or knew what these thoughts were or whatever they were in her mind, intrusive thoughts?
She was afraid of that. And so one of the reasons that I asked her about the difference between hallucinations.
All right, hold on, please.
I can't be more
The
clear,
question,
Judge.
all right? And then if the Commonwealth wants to follow up, they'll be able to do that.
All right.
Go ahead.
Did she, according to Dr. Helburn's review, all the information in all the hours of talking,
Yes.
determine that she was afraid that people could read her thoughts or knew what her intrusive dark thoughts were?
Yes.
Who did she say that to? Just who?
Well, she said it to me.
Okay?
She said it to Dr. Mack.
Yeah, I'm sure she said it to Mac too. Put you guys aside. Who else, like people, normal people, did she say that to? Not to be not normal, but I mean people like friends or family or citizens or whatever.
I believe she said it to Patrick.
Okay?
And she may have said it to others as well.
She may have said it to others as well.
I don't remember who else she said it to, but she said it to Patrick.
Well, how can you come in here and testify about a young lady that is saying to people that she's having thoughts that are intrusive and dark and that she's worried that other people are reading her mind and know about it, and you don't even know who she said it to?
No, overruled.
One of the things that she said is that her thoughts were kind of intrusive and loud and, I mean, that sort of thing.
Yes, that's what intrusive thoughts are, you flippin' flapjack. Daggone it. Look, I know you've probably had a hard life as the unclaimed love child of friggin' Greg Gutfeld and the Keebler Elves. I get that. Look, I'm sorry. Middle school was probably a son of a bitch for you. I get it. But the hell are you doing, dude?
And one of the things that she said was that she thought that because of that, other people might be hearing them or might know what they were.
And that's not reasonable. Most people with a non-diseased or not affected mind don't think that their inside internal voices are being broadcast. That wasn't a sign of serious, sort of issues. The fact that a rational mind was thinking that their thoughts was being broadcast, that was okay. I mean, I have had some really weird thought patterns in my life, and I've never thought that my internal thoughts were being broadcast to anyone.
Like even worried about dropping little Cora off at the school, and she was afraid that the teachers could hear her voices or thoughts. Read that.
I did read that, and that's one of the reasons I asked her for the difference.
Right, but when I asked you if there were any, so that refreshed your memory, that there was another person that she was concerned about.
Yes, I believe that's right, yes.
How about her friends? Do you recall her telling her friends that she was worried about the teachers being able to read her thoughts?
I do not.
You indicated yesterday that one of the concerns or one of the issues or possibilities was at the time of the killings was acute psychosis, right?
I thought one of the possible explanations.
I don't want to let you run off, sir.
No, Counsel, next question.
Do you agree, sir, that you testified yesterday that at the time of the killings, one of the possible concerns that you had was whether or not there was an acute psychosis?
One of the possible explanations for her motivation and her state.
So the answer is yes.
What was the psychosis? Because I do have a bit of the echolalia, so I like the way you said that. So we're going to listen to it again. But to be fair, and then look, I know we've pointed out when the Commonwealth has had a hissy fit. Normally, Reddington doesn't or hasn't, shown beyond sort of gruff being. Gruff is kind of his baseline, but you can tell that this is wearing on him. The fact that the witness just refuses to answer questions. I called the Commonwealth on it, and I'm gonna call Reddington on it. Take a deep breath, do a Snickers. I know this man is being willfully, uncooperative. I get it, but don't let them see that they fluster you.
One of the possible explanations for her motivation and her state.
So the answer is yes, right?
Objection.
No, overruled.
That's what you said yesterday, right?
Not exactly the way you phrased it, and that's what
Okay.
I'm responding to.
Oh, he has the transcripts, you moron.
Yesterday, sir, you were asked, the next part of the evidence or what you saw against acute psychosis, and you referenced this discussion of whether this was postpartum. So let's stop there for a minute. Again, you know that postpartum is not a diagnosis, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. But the reason that it was not, as you put it, postpartum, is because she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Calvin, right?
Yes.
And most of the explanations from the authorities, like DSM-5, would point to maybe 1 month after birth, or maybe give a little bit, maybe 2 months after birth, or something like that. That's what you said yesterday.
Yes.
And what's that based on in Dr. Heldman's mind? What's that cut off about? 1 month, maybe 2?
It's based on what DSM-5 says, or the Cleveland Clinic actually said 6 to 8 weeks, if you look at their website. So it's based on accepted authority within the field.
Uh-huh. Is the World Health Organization accepted authority in the field?
It's one accepted authority, yes.
Okay, and what do they say?
I don't know what they say.
Right, would you be surprised if I told you they say up to a year that a woman can be experiencing postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression, up to a year or even longer?
There are different kinds of outcomes and time periods that different
I'm
organizations
not asking about
use.
outcomes and time periods. I'm asking about the World Health Organization cutoff for a woman with postpartum depression or psychosis. What's the time frame?
Well, I don't know.
And that one answer crystallizes and in a microcosm explains why he is not the expert you should have had for this case. You wanted someone who knows the World Health, standards, why America doesn't use those. You want someone that will be able to fight your corner as the Commonwealth and say, yes, I realize the World Health Care Organization has different standards. In America, we tend to use postpartum depression in a medicalized sense, but mental health care, admittedly isn't there yet. But there are proposals to widen and broaden the definition of postpartum depression. There, Mac the Hack, I did it for you. I made America look less sucky. I worked with the facts that are available in evidence, and I came up with an answer that didn't suck out loud like you did.
And then you indicated, now it could be something else. And there was certainly some stuff that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January, but it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. What did you mean by that?
I meant that she was 8 months after giving birth to Callan. And
Also, if I could kindly, hi, mother of 6 children. In fact, my life goal was to be a mom. And I am only streaming here because I got hurt and I physically can't do the trad wife thing that I didn't know I was starting a trend before it was a trend. I was just loving my life that I was blessed to have because my husband worked hard and we were just blessed that I could stay home. But let me explain to you that postpartum, I've done this 6 times. My body only felt sort of normal about 5 years after my youngest was born. And I understand that I have, enhanced the population to Nick Cannon level. So my story is not maybe the same as someone who's only had 1 or 2 children. The toll on my body has been immense. And I would give red hair, anything up for my kiddos. I'm not complaining about that. but there is a reality that there is a large cost to a mother's body, one that we make willingly, one that we, that extra piece of cake, go ahead and have it. I'm not making this a feel sorry for me, victim woman speech, but there is an incredible toll on your body. I can't hear cats anymore crying without my body having some sort of visceral memory of nursing, because cats' cries, okay, cats are furry sociopaths, and they learned that humans are trained and biologically responsive to a certain frequency because it reminds of us of children, and they have used it against us ever since, okay? So, I still have visceral reactions to newborns crying in Walmart. If you go to Walmart, look at the moms if they see a newborn or hear a newborn crying, you'll notice they start swaying. I mean, these are things that you just don't they don't ever leave you. And not again as a it's just a thing. So, again, I'm not trying to make a political statement. I'm just saying there's a daggone toll, and we willingly give it, we willingly make it, but daggone it, it's not easy.
If you look at two sources of authority, which I relied on, the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic, then neither one of those would suggest that postpartum was the more likely explanation as opposed to something else.
So if we put aside the DSM, when was the DSM? Strike that. Would you agree that the DSM virtually only mentions the whole concept of postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression in 2 paragraphs?
I would agree that they don't consider it to be a mental diagnosis in the same sense that other diagnostic areas are described in that manual.
Okay. Think that should change?
Objection.
No, overall.
Do I think it should change?
Yeah, you.
The way I look at this is that the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic and the World Health Organization reflect different outcomes. And I think that one of the things that they do on the conservative end is they reflect something that is basically a month, a month or 2 months, and something else on the very extended end is a good bit longer.
So, postpartum is on the spectrum, like gender and everything else, apparently. And treating it is also on a spectrum, which I logically understand, but I need you to understand how incredibly out of touch. Again, I this is this is incredibly out of touch. And I say that as a person who has my own biases as far as the Commonwealth goes and how they presented this case. But this is epically bad. The way he's explaining this, again, he should have said, there is a way to say this. I think that there has been a lack of research in women's mental health care that needs to be rectified. I think that in the proposed revisions in the DSM-5, we are trying to address some of these very chronic oversights that our profession has had for many years. It's a long process, and there is a lot of research that goes into this. So while I want it to change, I want there to be research. I want this to be grounded in science. So that does take time. So yes, fundamentally, I agree there needs to be a change, but it needs to be reasoned and measured, and it needs to have all the science behind it so that we can better serve the women under our care. Legitimately, that was off the top of my head. Now, I understand that I have the gift for gab and BS-ery, so I do have a leg up. But you're telling me it's that hard to think of an answer like that?
longer. I think it depends on a number of things in terms of how it changes, and I'm not in a position to offer informed opinion on that, really.
Obviously.
Objection.
Overruled. I'll allow it. Facts and evidence. I need to hear it again, you guys. I'm sorry.
On that, really.
Obviously.
Objection.
It'll be stricken.
Doctor, if Miss Clancy had a genuine command hallucination, which in fact did cause her to feel compelled to carry out the killing of her children
Yes.
in herself, would you agree that she lacks substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law? If in fact that was a genuine command hallucination that she believed?
That would depend on a number of things. It would depend, for example.
Let's not go through a number of things. So your answer is no?
And my answer would be, it depends.
Okay, so it depends.
Next question.
Would you agree, sir, that in December of 2022, and she told you that at that time frame she had these thoughts that were in her head that would, quote, pop into her head, intrusive thoughts that included that her brain was damaged and that she had to kill herself? And she told you that, right?
She did.
Do you believe that she was telling you the truth, sir?
Yes.
I stand corrected in one regard, sir. This morning I started off my questions by asking you about 49 years ago when you published an article on postpartum psychosis, and you agreed. You were in college or something, but in fact it was not postpartum psychosis. It was about schizophrenia, wasn't it?
I'd have to think back 49 years, but I think that's right. Yes.
Transcripts of interviews with 32 schizophrenic patients, 15 male, 17 female, all with primary or secondary paranoid symptomology, were edited only to delusion-relevant material. Does that refresh your memory, sir?
It does.
Okay, so it wasn't postpartum psychosis. You've never written about postpartum psychosis, right?
That's right.
Okay. So finally, sir, would you agree, and if you don't, just say, no, I don't agree. Postpartum depression. Are there tests that can be administered to? I'm not talking about a guy who's upset about his job. I'm talking about a woman who's just had a baby, who's going through the postpartum period, exhibiting signs of depression and or psychosis, okay?
Yes.
All right. Would you agree with me? A person can complain that they're less able to laugh or see the funny side of their life. Is that a symptom, sir? If you know?
Are you asking me if that's a symptom of postpartum depression specifically or depression more generally?
Oh, no, I'm asking you about postpartum depression, sir. That's what I'm talking about right now.
All right.
Okay. Do you agree that?
Now, this is masterful. He is using the Edinburgh postpartum scale. Hopefully I said that correctly. Look, I have a lot of Appalachia in me. I know the red hair makes you think that I'm going to say Scottish and Irish things right, but no. It's about like me magically learning Welsh, which probably will never happen. But he is taking the clinical standard. Again, this is the diagnostic tool that every medical doctor has every postpartum woman. And I mean postpartum in the general sense of just having a baby. When you go to your 6 to 8 week appointment, that very crucial appointment to make sure that everything is okay, that you're healing okay, they give you this particular assessment to gauge whether you have what I guess doctors have quantified as postpartum depression, but the mental health, I guess, aspect of medicine hasn't quite figured out what postpartum is beyond 4 weeks. And I really need to explain to you how incredibly detrimental it is to have such a short window. Most women haven't even gone back to their doctor. Yes, they might have had a 1 week baby appointment for their child, but they're at a pediatrician who's doing just a cursory look at postpartum depression. That's not their clinician. That's not someone who is dedicated to making sure that their patient is okay. So by the time that they get to that 8 week appointment, mental health facilitators apparently think that they are outside the window of postpartum and will treat them as if they have an underlying mental health condition that is only cursorily related or tangentially related to them just having had a baby. So there's where the disconnect is. And it's shockingly scary that the mental health component of the medical industrial complex is so far behind.
A patient would complain that they're less able to laugh and see the funny side of life.
That's a symptom of depression.
All right, you're going
Could
to
be
tell me it's a
postpartum
symptom
or
of
it could
depression
be-
constantly. My question is, do you agree that it's a symptom of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. Not looking forward to things.
She better effing not have. 1 second, y'all.
And let me just say.
Oh, no, I don't want to let you do anything. Can you just tell me if
Don't.
letting someone stopping looking forward to things is a complaint that is common to postpartum depression?
Yes.
Anxious and worried for no good reason.
Yes.
And Lindsay complained of anxiety and being worried for no good reason constantly, right?
Yes.
She blamed herself.
Okay, if it's being reported, and I am looking up things right now, sorry guys. Look, Dolly Parton, like, she's one of my favorite people, of famous people, and she's also just a really incredible person that, has never let her ego get ahead of doing really cool things and not attaching her name on it. And the world will be a sadder place. Damn it. So it does look like Dolly Parton has passed away. And the world's lost a really special person. Damn it. Well, heaven just got their flashiest angels. And I cannot wait to hear her again one day. Daggone. Normally, I don't get tore up by famous people because I don't know them, but like Dolly Parton sent out like children's books to kiddos she didn't even know. This year has just sucked all the ball sack. Like, seriously. I'm so sorry, y'all. I legitimately do not know why this is hitting me so hard, other than in a world full of really craptastic people, and I do mean really craptastic. I am not naive uh, to the fact that, a public persona might not be who a person really is in real life, but from all reports, Dolly Parton was one of them rare people that just was a really good person. And she didn't give a good hoot and a holler what you thought about her. Whether you thought she was trashy or not, she'd help you out. Um, and it's really sad that, but like I said, she's on the plus side. She's with her love again. And as a person who's lost one love, that's a hard thing to live life with, especially as long as they were together. So rest in peace and sparkles in the best wig you have. And again, screw you 2026.
For a lot of things in her life. Isn't that right?
She did, yes.
And she was not looking forward to the future. She was not happy with her life in the sense of the way she felt and wanted to go back to the way she was, right?
That's right.
How about complain? When I say complain, I don't mean complaining. It's just that that's the language you guys use. Complained about overwhelmed. Her day is overwhelming.
Yes.
So unhappy that she would cry constantly.
Yes.
Sad and miserable.
Yes.
Thoughts of harming herself, which is, according to the Mass Department of Mental Health, a flag in and of itself. She had thoughts of harming herself, right?
She did.
Okay, so those are all of the postpartum depression symptoms that a person can have, according to Mass General Hospital's 3-year review of postpartum depression and psychosis. So she hit all of these symptoms, right?
Those are symptoms of postpartum depression. They're also symptoms of depression.
I don't
broadly.
care I'm asking you, sir, are they symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
All right. And there's a tool that psychologists can use with a woman who's coming to a doctor for help because of the symptoms of postpartum depression. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that tool?
I don't know what the tool is, but I'm sure there is a measure of it. Yes. Of postpartum depression.
Okay. Have you ever used that measure?
I have not.
Have you ever read about it?
Possibly.
Do you even know what it is?
I don't know what it is.
How about postpartum psychosis, sir? Same study. Hearing voices or a voice commanding a person to act. That's in the DSM, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Command hallucinations, yes.
Delusional beliefs or distorted reality is a symptom that a person can complain of, right?
Delusional beliefs,
And
yes, or fixed false
distorted
beliefs,
reality.
yes.
Yeah, it's just next statement. Confused, disorganized thinking. She had that, right? It's in your report, I think, that she was baking or making a pie or something and forgot where she was.
She was having trouble with memory, attention, and concentration.
All right. Anxious.
Okay, memory, attention, and concentration. So basically, the things that anchor us to reality, the things that we, when we are maybe confused about our current state of reality, we look back to kind of say, hey, is this normal? Is this not? And you're telling me that you said she was pretty much without defect in your clinical, legal estimation, but she was having difficulty being oriented to reality because she had problems with memory, concentration, and I believe you said orientation. Sorry, guys, we're going to go back and listen.
Making a pie or something and forgot where she was.
She was having trouble with memory, attention, and concentration.
All right. Anxious and worried for no good. Strike that. Apologize. Severe sleep deprivation. She had that, right?
Yes.
Rapid mood swings. She had that, right?
Not sure she had that.
Well, how about the time that Patrick told you that she would repeatedly find herself in the living room on the sofa and bury her head in the pillow and rock back and forth, crying hysterically?
When you said mood swings, that implies that at one moment you're feeling down and sad and depressed, and in another moment you're feeling quite differently. So
Right.
I don't see that the mood swings she had.
Oh, all right. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Yeah, I don't see that she was experiencing mood swings so much as she was experiencing symptoms of sadness and feeling down and lack of motivation, which are symptoms of depression.
What is akathisia? A-K-A-S-T-H-E-S-I-A, I believe.
Yeah, I'd have to look that one up.
Okay. Feeling overwhelmed. She felt overwhelmed.
She did, yes.
Not herself, family seeing the change, obviously, right?
Repeat the question, please.
Yeah, not herself, semicolon, family seeing the change.
Yes,
Caroline, this witness is the second of, I believe, potentially 3, though we're not quite sure who the third is going to be. State rebuttal witnesses. So basically, both the state and the defense have rested their cases in chief. But the way Massachusetts is set up, then the state has an opportunity to bring in expert witnesses to rebut the defense's expert witnesses. I don't know, Sebastian. I don't know if it's a sort of ego defense because they know that they are not exactly experts in what they're testifying about. So rather than admit that they maybe don't have all the pertinent data, they are going to brazen through with arrogance. I don't know. I fundamentally don't have this mindset where I have to be right or I have to be an authoritative figure. I've always been so intellectually humble and curious, so it really is hard for me to kind of understand this sort of mindset where I'm pedantically like, "You misspelled that," or "You didn't use a Oxford comma where you're supposed to," versus the tone, tenor, and logic and, basically the foundation of your argument. I've always been the type, okay, so you misspelled or you aren't using a term exactly correct. If I understand and I can confirm with you what your argument is, then we can go from there. I've never been, I guess, stopped by this isn't spelled correctly or this isn't the exact term, so I can't therefore move forward with any sort of cognitive thought. And I do know there are people like that, so I'm not disregarding that, but this is so outside of kind of my wheelhouse of normal that I don't know what to tell you. Basically, too long didn't read is I have no idea.
Right. Lord knows. I mean, the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, her mother, her father, her husband, neighbors, people could see the change in her, right?
yes, they could.
Okay. Continuing on with postpartum psychosis. Not herself, thoughts of harming her children. That's a big red flag, isn't it?
Yes,
Okay. Thoughts of suicide. She complained of that, right?
correct.
Poor insight. She had poor insight at the end of January, didn't she?
I would not say she had poor insight. No, I think she understood pretty much where she was and the difficulty she was having and was aware of a number of things about that.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I see.
Doctor, those symptoms.
I see we're back to ill-fitting LuLaRoe, passed off as professional wear. Now, I do believe we're still on break from what I can see, so we will go through the cross because, as someone said, we do need to get a full idea of what the Commonwealth is going to do to try to rehabilitate this gentleman because we need to try to get an understanding of what this next expert is going to try to bring in. Thus far, I don't think either of these witnesses, because I have watched bits and pieces of the direct. While I haven't watched all of it, I have watched breakdowns from Defense Diaries and other people who did watch it. So I don't know that the Commonwealth made any ground here. Now, that is acknowledging that all the sources that I did go to for their breakdown are of the opinion that Lindsay was suffering from a mental defect or deformity, thereby, not guilty by reason of mental defect. So I did want to put that out there as, transparency wise.
That Attorney Reddington just read you about postpartum depression, are those also symptoms for general depression?
There are symptoms for general depression. They are to some extent.
We are speeding it up, though. Just because we're listening doesn't mean we have to suffer. I mean, through the thing in like single speed.
Symptoms of major depression, which is a more extreme example, a more extreme version of general depression. And there are also symptoms of bipolar disorder and bipolar 2. And I thought at the end of this evaluation that her correct diagnosis was bipolar 2.
And why was that?
One of the reasons, as I testified yesterday, is that she has been in Tewksbury for 3.5 years, and that is her diagnosis of record, bipolar disorder. But what that indicates to me is that having had the chance to see her, prescribe medications, and do a number of things, that they really think that she has a mood disorder of a fluctuating kind, a bipolar sort, as opposed to a major depression or some other kind of disorder.
Now, you were asked by defense counsel about the fact that you interviewed Ms. Clancy a little over 3 years after she killed her children. And your testimony was it's better to interview the person as soon as possible, right?
Correct.
But you were able to watch Dr. Resnick's interview of the defendant about 3.5 months after the incident happened, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to review all of her records leading up to when she killed the children and then after she killed the children all the way up to present day, correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you typically have when you do these forensic reviews, that much information, medical history and information on a patient?
I had more records information in this case than I have ever had in my career.
And so also, were you aware that you weren't allowed to interview the defendant until the court gave permission?
I really wasn't. I didn't know how the process.
How would he be aware? These are kind of in the weeds things. So I get what she's trying to get across, that in her estimation, Reddington did not give the full kind of all of the tea as to how the process works. So she is trying to clarify that, but he in no way would be aware of the sort of intricacies of court, just like she isn't aware of the intricacies of being an on the ground clinician.
Process worked.
But as soon as you were informed that you could meet with the defendant, you did, correct?
Yes.
And the fact that you had all of these resources, the records, the prior interviews, the recorded interviews of witnesses, the criminal file, the collateral interviews that you did that in any way aid you in overcoming whatever deficits you might have had in interviewing her 3 years later?
It did, yes.
And how so?
Because of how extensive the records were from different people, different observations, different times, and so on, they in effect created something that I would have tried to do myself if there had been fewer records available. So I would have tried, for example, to...
I'm going to object to what he would have done.
No, overruled.
I would have tried to conduct a number of collateral interviews. I would have tried to go out and get some of the records myself if they'd not been available and provided to me.
You relied on other people's reporting. Again, a lot of what his profession is observation of people when they are talking to him. Some people display, kind of twitchy fingers. I tend to wring my hands or need to do something with my hands when I'm anxious or just sitting still. There's a lot of body language and interpretation. 90% of communication is, non-verbal. There's a lot of indicia and things and subtones and subtext that you can't get from documentation. You have to, according to other experts that have testified in this field, you have to do the collateral interviews yourself. You have to read the person that you're interviewing with almost as much intensity as you're reading the person you're evaluating, because you're trying to gauge whether this person is going to accurately give you a fair representation, an unbiased representation of the person you're asking them about.
Usually I have to work a lot harder to get 10% of the records that I had in this case.
And you were provided with her complete psychiatric history from September through present day, correct?
I was.
Now, you were asked about being retained by our office and speaking to the prosecutors in the case. Did anyone from my office or myself or Ms. Buckingham ever tell you what your decision or what your evaluation should say in this case?
No.
And did we ever put any pressure on you in any way, shape, or form to come out on what defense counsel calls our side?
No.
And he also asked you about your interview itself with the defendant. At any point in time, was your conversation with Ms. Clancy hostile or aggressive or rude in any way?
No.
Did she ever?
Right now, we do have her sped up just a bit. What she's trying to counter right now or rehabilitate is Reddington's allegations that they were in any way hostile to Lindsay. And while they might not have been overtly hostile, I think there was, and again, it might, labeling it hostility might be too loaded a word. I think there was a general obliviousness to the realities that she has as a paraplegic. So while I think Reddington, you know, as a zealous advocate for his client, you know, pointed out that they kind of lacked the human compassion and observational tact to sort of realize that given her all of her tendency to mask, that she might not say that she's in discomfort. She'd be the type that would power through an interview despite growing discomfort. So it does highlight a sort of general deficit in observational skills. But do I think that it's a terrible thing? No, I just think it was a general obliviousness. And if anything, these two experts have shown a general obliviousness to postpartum in general. So this is not, I think, anything that a jury is going to hang anything on. But I see where she's going with it.
Ask you to stop and say she couldn't do it any longer?
She did not.
In fact, she declined a break at one point in time, correct?
For one of the days, yes, that was the third day.
Prior to reading the records in this case, did you form an opinion as to what her criminal responsibility was?
No. In fact, I worked very hard to avoid forming any kind of opinion until very late in the process when I'd had the chance to go through all the records, do the 3 days of evaluation, do the collateral interviews, and get everything I could have, because that's the kind of thing that helps you handle what's been referred to as confirmation bias, which is starting out with a good idea or a conclusion and then being drawn to the things that support that and avoiding the things that don't.
Would an example of confirmation bias be giving a press conference in which you diagnose a patient before you even do an evaluation of that patient? And then finding that same diagnosis that you initially made?
Okay, it looks like we do have a new witness. Let's see what this new witness is, who he is, because there was some conjecture about who this witness actually was going to be.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
For the record, we return back to the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Gregory Satoff.
Good afternoon, sir. We'll start right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that
Oh.
the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, the file shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Step, please.
All right. Good afternoon, Doctor. Hi. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, first name is Gregory. Gregory, last name Satoff, Saathoff.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, I received my undergraduate degree at the University of Notre Dame, and then my medical degree.
Now, what will be interesting is if there has been a general change in strategy, if this particular witness has any sort of even passing interest or, documented interest in postpartum, or any sort of, female-related mental health treatment. I do believe that this particular witness was part of the behavioral unit at the FBI, but I could be very wrong, so let's listen to him say it. And this is Loki. He is one of the cats in a very, a very brotherly love relationship triangle with Lord Dingus and, Thor. They're not brothers in real life.
My MD at the University of Missouri, and then my residency in psychiatry at the University of Virginia.
And can you describe for us your occupation?
Yes, I'm a professor of emergency medicine and public health sciences at the University of Virginia. I also see patients in the Virginia Department of Corrections, where I also teach students. And I also serve as the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit in Quantico.
And how long have you been the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, or BAU?
Since 1996.
And are there other psychiatrists who contract with the FBI for that department?
Well, certainly for the FBI writ large, there are psychiatrists who work with them. But as for the Behavioral Analysis Unit at Quantico, we sometimes have Walter Reed fellows who are psychiatrists. But other than that, I am the psychiatrist for the Behavioral Analysis Unit.
And what does that entail?
It entails working with the behavioral analysis units on crimes and concerns, whether it is with children. I'm occasionally asked to consult with the behavioral analysis unit relating to children, crimes against children, also crimes against adults, and also national security issues, and in particular.
Okay, now, again, this is not a political channel or anything, but I think anyone who's objectively watched the news and heard ad nauseum the line, the FBI was aware of this particular person. This might be a double-edged sword, and this is where you can run afoul of calls to authority, or trying to base, your argument in sort of authority alone, because there might be some people that aren't so rosy in their view of the FBI, and this might be a strike against him. Now, I don't know the political breakdown or makeup or the ideologies of any of the jury, but these authoritative, agencies or kind of things can be very polarizing. So it is a double-edged sword to sort of bring or go to these authorities when not everyone thinks they're also great.
Issues relating to threat assessment.
And are you, or do you consider yourself a forensic psychologist?
Psychiatrist, yes.
Sorry, I apologize. And what is the role of a forensic psychiatrist?
Well, a forensic psychiatrist examines issues with mental illness, and it's really the interface of mental illness and the law. Sometimes that can involve criminality. Most often, forensic psychiatrists are engaged in assessing mental status at the time of an offense or competency. But also forensic psychiatrists can consult institutions or also treat patients within facilities such as jails and prisons.
So that work that you do as a forensic psychiatrist, is that in addition to working with the behavioral analysis unit at the FBI and working at UVA and teaching, and your work in the Bureau of Prisons?
Yes.
And in terms of your work as a forensic psychiatrist, have you done evaluations and testified on behalf of both prosecution and defense as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you testified in courts as a forensic psychiatrist?
Maybe 40 to 45 times, something like that.
And are you board certified in forensic psychiatry?
No.
And why not?
Well, when I finished my residency, I was interested in public psychiatry. And so I also was in the military. And so military psychiatry and public psychiatry in a teaching hospital was very important to me. As time went on, I was consulted by the FBI. They wanted to meet with me based upon a paper that I had published. And by the time I was more heavily involved in forensic psychiatry and particular assessment of individuals, by that point, the way to be board certified within forensic psychiatry would require a one-year fellowship. And at that point in my life, I just did not have the time to be able to devote to a one-year fellowship in addition to the other things that I was doing.
So instead of the one-year fellowship, did you have more on-the-job training as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
And as a forensic psychiatrist, have you evaluated subjects for things like competency and criminal responsibility?
Yes, I have. And let me just say also, in addition to on-the-job experience, it's important to get teaching and training. And so I've taken advantage of courses within the Institute for Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy at the University of Virginia, and other opportunities as well in terms of even taking a board review course that was very helpful and quite comprehensive.
So you've had other training other than the fellowship in order to be a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
And can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done with inmates?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done for the Bureau of Prisons with inmates?
Yes. Well, specifically, most of my work has been with the Virginia Department of Corrections rather than the Bureau of Prisons.
Samantha, no, this is not atypical. So usually experts will go over their curricula vitae to try to establish that they have the expertise to talk about this. And I think what the state is going to try to do here is establish that Lindsay is still a danger. And I have to agree with the Commonwealth, but the solution I have is different. I think that the defense, trying to get a plea deal that stipulated that Lindsay would spend the rest of her life, or at least the next good long while, up to forever, in a mental institution, a state facility, seems like what is most likely to happen now. And the defense did ask for that. At this point, I think the Commonwealth is grasping at straws, and they are going with continued dangerousness. So I believe this expert will be, in a roundabout, obtuse way, used to try to show that Lindsay is still a danger, which the defense doesn't disagree with. So I am a little confused, but legitimately, this is my brain trying to make logic out of the Commonwealth.
And since 1992, I guess, maybe 34 years, I have assessed and treated patients within the prison system both men and women at men and women's facilities. And in that time, I have brought medical students and residents and fellows and taught them. So over the course of my career thus far, I've brought more than 2,500 medical students and residents into the prison system to learn about psychiatry and significant mental illness.
And in the course of your evaluating and treating female inmates, did you have the opportunity to evaluate and treat female inmates who had killed their children?
Yes.
And how often was that would occur, that you would treat that type of patient?
Well, in consulting to a maximum security women's prison, I would say 5 to 7 women who had killed their children.
And in terms of your interactions with them, you said that you evaluated them. Did that involve diagnosing them?
Correct.
And then what did the treatment involve?
Treatment involved working with a team within the system. Prisons have psychologists and social workers and those who are responsible for working with patient inmates. Medication treatment is very important, but also there are important therapeutic aspects. For a number of years, I ran a group in prison because I felt that that was important, and my students felt that that was important as well.
And in terms of the group you ran, what type of group was that?
It was a therapy group in which individuals were brought together, all who were diagnosed with a significant mental illness, and being able to speak about their experience and also how.
All I'm hearing is that, she's asking questions, but she's not asking, are these a group of all the women who took their own children's lives? Are these apples to apples, or are these a whole other set of mostly male inmates who are talking to each other?
How to deal with issues or how they dealt with issues over and above the medications that they were receiving.
And in your experience in the Department of Correction at the Bureau of Prisons, treating these patients, and also in your experience working at the FBI, did you encounter individuals who suffered from psychosis?
Yes, very much so.
And could you estimate how many patients you have treated who suffered from psychosis?
I'm going to object at this point.
No, overall.
Thousands. I spent 15 years running an inpatient admissions unit in a teaching state hospital. And so.
First,
Sure.
What in the world? I don't know what preempted this. Sorry, you guys.
Significant mental illness, and being able to speak about their experience and also how to deal with issues or how they dealt with issues over and above the medications that they were receiving.
And in your experience in the Department of Correction at the Bureau of Prisons, treating these patients, and also in your experience working at the FBI, did you encounter individuals who suffered from psychosis?
Yes, very much so.
And could you estimate how many patients you have treated who suffered from psychosis?
I'm going to object at this point.
No, overall.
Thousands. I spent 15 years running an inpatient admissions unit in a teaching state hospital. And so,
You first, sidebar.
Sure.
Okay, thank you guys for letting me go back. It does look like Reddington asked for the sidebar, and then we come back. Those are going to be the very, very defining questions, aren't they, Denise? I don't foresee us getting to cross today. I will be going until 4 p.m. and then I do have to a hard stop today because that's when my kiddos get off the bus.
Excuse me. Doctor, you were about to describe a hospital that you had previously worked at. Is that correct?
yes,
And where was that and what type of hospital?
it was a state hospital in Virginia, near Charlottesville, Virginia, where the University of Virginia is. It was a teaching hospital with medical students and residents, and was a facility that dealt with some of the most severely mentally ill individuals who would have been committed to the hospital.
And how long were you at that hospital in that role?
15 years.
And during that time frame, is that when you saw the thousands of patients that you treated with psychosis?
I saw them there, yes, but also within the prison system. And of course, during training, during my residency.
Have you ever written any articles about postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And when was that?
An article, we published an article in 1987 relating to two cases of postpartum psychosis that I actually saw when I was an intern. One was my patient and one was one that I consulted on.
And that article that you wrote, was that entitled Postpartum Psychosis Induced by Bromocriptine?
Yes.
What was bromocriptine?
So bromocriptine at that time was a medication that was used to inhibit or to stop lactation. Some women would, after birth, make a decision for whatever reason that they were not able to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, was used to inhibit lactation.
And in your treatment of one patient and what you learned of the second patient, did you come to a conclusion that bromocriptine was having some effect of inducing postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And is that what you wrote the article about?
Yes.
And eventually, after you wrote this article, were there other studies that cited to your article?
Yes. And let me just emphasize, I was.
So you're telling me that you made a very good and very important link, and thank you, sir, for noticing and making us aware of the causal link, doing the research. But that was in 1987. Have you done anything in the 2000s for women's mental health? And I know you Commonwealth supporters are going to say, wait, we're going chronologically. Now, Caroline, I do understand, but I do believe that since the 1950s, and in the 1950s, it was generally considered the normal thing to do. Doctors recommended women stop nursing and give fortified formula because it was scientifically more healthy. Now, this was in the 1950s, but this is not something that's sort of new or outside the realm of medical kind of history for women. This was sort of just assumed that you weren't going to nurse your child in the 1950s. Now, this did start to change, but it was an option still open, I think, until the late 1980s. Yes, you can wait for your body. Your body does naturally stop producing milk if you don't nurse, but there was an option available to women. Fair point, JKD Buck. I'm not saying the 50s were where we should go with our mental health, but yes, there was a lot of errors that led to real human tragedies, and that's why you can understand why there's been this gap in female, medical care because no company, no ethical company wants to be responsible for the tragedy that, thalidomide was, or anything else that might ruin an entire child's future and what it was supposed to be. So I get the reluctance to have women in medical, drug studies, but there has been a blind spot too because of it.
One of 5 authors of that article.
And eventually, was bromocriptine, did people stop using that to stop lactation in women?
Yes, the FDA took it off the market, I believe, in 1994 or 1995. Not just for the reason of postpartum psychosis, but also for other problems, cardiac problems and the rest that bromocriptine sometimes caused in people.
And to your knowledge, was your article with the other co-authors the first article that brought to scientific attention this issue with bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Sure. To your knowledge, was this article that you wrote with others the first article that brought to scientific attention the possible link between bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
That's my understanding. There were a few letters to journals commenting about bromocriptine and a connection, but I think the first article that was written was ours that we wrote about the two women who suffered postpartum psychosis.
Now, you've mentioned your experience in diagnosing and treating psychosis. What is psychosis?
Well, psychosis is, it can take a number of forms. I think we most often think about people who are psychotic as having hallucinations. And so we call those perceptual disturbances. That is oftentimes auditory hallucinations, so people hearing voices or sounds. But they also can be other types of hallucinations as well, not as common in psychosis, such as visual hallucinations, or even what we call tactile hallucinations, where the sense of touch is affected, or olfactory hallucinations. Most commonly, it is auditory hallucinations, though, if we're talking about those perceptual disturbances. Now, there are other areas that psychosis can show itself. Delusions are fixed false beliefs. They can be bizarre or non-bizarre. And sometimes people who have auditory hallucinations also have delusions. Sometimes you can have psychosis or someone can be psychotic with just a delusion and no perceptual disturbance, no type of hallucination. And the third area is with regard to thought and how people communicate. So in that part of psychosis, when it demonstrates itself, is that people have a great difficulty communicating with even speech disorganization. They may engage in what we call neologisms, or making up words that have a specific meaning for them, but no one else. And the way that thought is translate either in writing or in speech. Oftentimes, people who are psychotic and also have a difficult time with stringing their words together. So what we would call looseness of associations. So really, there are three arenas that psychosis can show itself. Maybe in all three: the perceptual disturbances, the delusions, but also the thought and related to thought and communication. But it's also possible to be psychotic and have just one of those three elements.
And is psychosis its own mental illness or a symptom of mental illness?
Psychosis is a symptom.
And why is it a symptom of mental illness and not its own defined mental illness?
Well, because there are many different possible causes of psychosis. Someone who has a serious medical problem, for example, can actually become psychotic. A brain tumor is one example in which those symptoms of psychosis show themselves. But there are other ways that people can experience psychosis. Some can be secondary to, say, drug abuse. There's certain drugs like cocaine or amphetamines or bath salts that can cause people to have the kind of perceptual disturbances or delusions or problems with communicating, that I talked about. So really, I think it's just important to know that that it is not a cause. It represents a significant finding or presentation. Schizophrenia is one diagnosis where we will see psychosis in a number of forms, but also someone who has a serious mood disorder or schizoaffective disorder or a brief psychosis. So there are many different roads that can lead to psychosis. And so it's important to find out what's originating, because that's how we make the best decisions about how to treat any psychotic symptoms that we're seeing.
And doctor, the signs and symptoms of psychosis that are present, is that dependent on the underlying cause, the mental illness or whatever is causing the psychosis?
Yes. When you say dependent, it just is clearly something that is a result of or a manifestation of the illness. For example, there are many different things that can cause a fever, right? And so while a fever is a symptom, it's a presentation that's very significant and can be very significant. What we need to do in medicine and psychiatry is find out, well, what is the cause? Because that is what's going to lead to the most appropriate treatment.
So, for example,
it's not just you, Dragon Gravy. I mean, honest to goodness, how hard is it to say, very good question. That's one of the difficult things about psychiatry in general, that some things are diagnoses, but they can also be symptoms. So you have to do a broad, analysis. You have to do a lot of differential work to come up with a diagnosis that best fits what this individual patient is presenting. And it's so bespoke that you have to be very, very in tune with your patient. You have to be paying attention. So it is a subjective thing, but it's also because you do a lot of asking questions. You delve and you probe, a patient's responses, and you also look and observe their behavioral, kind of tells the way they're acting. So it is a sort of constellation of many different things that helps you with a differential diagnosis. Why is this so hard? Why can't I come up with BS answers really quick that don't sound like I am making ish up?
An analogy would be a bacterial infection can cause a fever. Bipolar disorder can cause psychosis.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned earlier serious mental illness. What is considered to be a serious mental illness?
Well, serious mental illnesses affect a small portion of the population, a smaller portion, maybe 4%. So people who have schizophrenia have a serious mental illness. People who have bipolar 1, which is manic depressive illness, that is a serious mental illness. Schizoaffective disorder is also a serious mental illness. So while many people can have symptoms of mental illness and can benefit from treatment, either psychotherapy or medication or some kind of combination, there are some that are just really, really profound.
If there's any person, and Jennifer C is correct. Also, I look, you guys, I'm not a doctorologist. I only know because we went through this with a family member. But if you do have an elderly family member and they are not acting like themselves, your doctor's possibly going to test them for urinary tract infection. It is very easy for elderly family members or patients to present with certain types of infection with sort of a disorientation, a delirium. So, you know, again, you're your own best advocate, but if you do know an elderly person or have a friend or family member who starts really not acting themselves and they are older, do make sure they get it checked out because a it doesn't seem like a big thing, a UTI, but when you get, beyond a certain age, they can be incredibly risky. And look, I'm like I said, I'm not a doctor, but we went through this with a family member, so do be aware of it.
And that's a much smaller percentage.
And so serious mental illness, is that sometimes shortened to SMI?
Yes.
Now, is there something called any mental illness, AMI?
Yes.
And what would be in that category of any mental illness?
So any mental illness would be certainly adjustment disorders or anxiety disorders, mild depression, depression without psychotic features, for example, PTSD, which can have significant symptoms, is also something that would go under the category of any mental illness.
Now, were you asked to do
Okay, legitimate question if there's any professional, and I would try to reach out to a professional in mental health. And obviously, this is a hot button case, so if you don't want to out yourself, I get it. But is this a function of psychiatry in general being behind medical science again, where their labeling of severe mental disorders is years behind where the general public is? And the only reason I ask that is because I've known people personally affected by PTSD, and I'm not a clinician, so I understand that there is different terminology, but to label it as, just anything else does seem a little off to me. But again, like I said, I'm not a clinician, I'm not a professional, so maybe there is logic behind that I don't understand. But it seems to me that all of these profoundly impair your ability to interact with life, but I understand there has to be a cutoff somewhere.
A forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy.
Yes,
And you were asked to do that by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, correct?
correct.
And did you receive direct payment from the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for your evaluation?
No.
How did that payment plan, how did that work between the DA's office and your services?
So I do my work in testimony and the like through the University of Virginia. So my department is the recipient of any funds that come from the work that I do. I get a salary from the university that is not dependent on the number of cases that I am involved with or whatever. So I don't receive payment myself. I see it as part of my job as a professor.
And in terms of your work with the university, does the university have any impact or influence on what your evaluation is or what your conclusions are?
No, not at all.
For your review of Lindsay Clancy, what types of records and other materials did you review?
Well, they were extensive. They involved significant medical records, not just the psychiatric records, outpatient and inpatient, but also medical records.
I think this might be an indication that they could not find anyone with even a cursory background in women's mental health or postpartum depression that would side with any of their theories. I don't know if this is just poor planning or a sort of subtle admission of defeat that they couldn't find an expert with any iota of training in women's mental health that would co-sign anything, or if this is just really bad expert farming. So I try not to add moral weight to either of the possibilities because things can just happen. They don't always have to be part of a grand conspiracy. But I do think that there are questions to be asked about how the taxpayers' money is being spent, and these experts are being used, especially when they're not effective.
Certainly the hospital records from McLean, the hospital records from Tewksbury, but also emergency department visits at South Shore and Mass General Hospital. So a significant body of medical and mental health records, both inpatient and outpatient. But in addition, there was a substantial amount of grand jury materials that I reviewed, and videos. For example, videos not only of interviews of individuals, but also in January when the Clancy family went to the museum, where they went to the Cape.
Apparently, I guess in the clinical, or maybe this is the forensic field, so I do want to be careful in how I'm characterizing his testimony. I don't know if he's speaking as a forensic psychiatrist or just generally for psychiatry, but apparently 4% of the population are afflicted with mental health diseases or mental health diagnoses that psychiatrists or forensic psychiatrists label as severe. Oh gosh, what was the acronym he used? Daggone it, it's escaping me right now, but basically it was the definition that this is a severe mental impairment. Now, basically every other diagnosis is any mental impairment. So you can have many people can be under the label of some or any mental health issue. Excuse me. But very rarely are you under the other label that is escaping me right now. I swear to goodness. Sometimes I do struggle with the brain I currently have. daggone it. I used to be able to remember these things really easy. But basically, it, his face looks perpetually surprised. And this pause isn't helping, so I apologize, sir.
Cotter water park was able to review those kinds of videos as well. I also received the reports from both the government, but also the defense. And so those experts who were retained, I had an opportunity to review those. I mean, the list of materials is very significant. CVS records, for example, pharmacy records, and law enforcement records, for example, the police reports and things like that from that day, 24 January 2023, in which the event occurred.
And doctor, is it typical for you to have such a breadth of records and information, both pre-killing and post-killing, when you do a forensic evaluation?
No, I wouldn't say that's typical. Certainly for any evaluation, it's important to try and obtain as much information as possible. But in this case, I think the amount of information was truly significant.
And you also interviewed the defendant, correct?
Yes, I did.
And how many times did you interview her, and for how long?
I interviewed Ms. Clancy on 2 occasions. One was on the 29th of May of this year, and the other was the 4th of June. I believe on the 29th of May, I interviewed her for approximately 6.5 hours. And then the second time in June 4th, it was about 5 hours.
And were those interviews in person or on Zoom?
They were by way of Zoom.
And why were they by way of Zoom?
For personal reasons, I was unable to travel at that time. And so I requested the ability to have an interview by way of a Zoom video platform. And that was approved.
And did you find that doing the interviews by Zoom inhibited your ability to evaluate Ms. Clancy in any way?
Well, I think there are always limitations when one is not physically present, when one is seeing someone in a video setting.
Now, I do want to commend this expert for at least speaking the truth, for at least calling a spade and saying that there are some things vital that you miss when you are not, in person, when you're not able to physically, have your eyeballs on a person and build that sort of rapport, especially in this field. And this is the first time, an expert has acknowledged that there are some deficits beyond cursory, and Jennifer Tufts did acknowledge that there were limitations, but claimed that she overcame them. This is the first time where an expert has said, yes, there are limitations and there are things that I have to be more mindful of because of, telehealth.
Sometimes it takes longer to be able to get information and establish rapport. Other limitations are just kind of having an opportunity to see the environment, that the individual is in. I have done evaluations in the past using a Zoom format. There are certainly advantages to being in person.
did you, in your interviews with Ms. Clancy, have any difficulties having her answer questions or establishing a rapport with her?
No, she was very pleasant, very responsive to questions that I asked on both occasions.
Were there any benefits to doing the interviews on Zoom?
Well, one benefit that one doesn't always have with an in-person evaluation is that a platform like this can also save the entire interview, and both video of the interviewer, myself, but also Ms. Clancy. So if someone wants to really understand that the interview and how it went, you not only have a transcript, but you have a video that really demonstrates the course of the.
But isn't that also a double-edged sword? Can't you, I mean, again, a regular interviewer, I don't know if it's standard practice to record these things. So this might be a moot point from the get-go because I am not a clinician or a forensic psychiatrist. But doesn't that give you extreme time to kind of Monday morning quarterback, which I know is part of your job, but could there be a sort of a trap or something if you try to dissect and pathologize everything? If you play the interview over and over again to, constantly reaffirm or reassess yourself, or is it a useful tool? I genuinely don't know, and it is more of a curious question than an attack, but I do worry if there could be a tendency to over pathologize with that.
Interview, how it went, and that can be very helpful. That can be more helpful than if, as a clinician or as an assessor, I am writing notes. Because when you're writing notes, sometimes it's harder to be able to attend to the individual. So certainly, being able to have a transcript of the interview is helpful, and I think it makes the process more transparent as well, which I think is a positive.
As part of your evaluation,
That is another fair point that I think he does bring up that I wasn't even considering. So, for transparency, if Reddington has questions about how he conducted the interview, it is all recorded. So, that is another point. We all have our blind spots. That's why I guess being intellectual or being right never made sense to me. I always wanted to know what my blind spots were.
in this case, did you also interview what's known as collaterals or other people who knew the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Who did you interview?
Well, I interviewed Patrick Clancy, also on a Zoom platform.
And after you had reviewed all of the records that were provided to you and the criminal file and all the evidence that was provided to you and conducted these interviews, both with Ms. Clancy and Patrick Clancy, were you able to conduct an analysis of all of that material in order to come to your eventual conclusions?
Yes.
And if we could just go through your analysis of this case, and if we could start with I think what you called in your report, Ms. Clancy's characterization of the command auditory hallucinations.
Yes. So Ms. Clancy stated to me and some other evaluators that her hallucination, that of an external voice, something coming from outside of her head, occurred when she was standing at the refrigerator. She said that she was in the process of making her children their dinner when she received a call from Patrick Clancy, returned the call, and then as soon as she finished the call with Patrick Clancy, she said that is when she heard the voice. This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself. And so that was what she told a number of us. There are also other accounts that she made to individuals that were quite a bit different. To Dr. Spinelli, for example, she said that the voice happened at 5:10 or 5:15 p.m. as soon as Patrick Clancy left on his errands, and that the voice. She described the voice to Dr. Spinelli as increasing in intensity, but saying, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids before you kill yourself." But also that it was that her children would suffer if she did not do that. When I asked her about the voice that she heard, again, she said that it started really right after the telephone call at 5:34 with her husband, Patrick. And she said it was a man's voice. It was very clear. It was external. In other words, it came from outside of her head. That it was constant. So this phrase, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself," was something that was repeated over and over and over and over again during that period that she strangled her children. And then just as soon as it started, it stopped at when she had finished killing the children, strangling the children.
Doctor, was there anything about what she reported to you about the voice that was significant to you in your evaluation? And if so, why?
Well, what was significant to me is that she had not spoken about hearing voices before that in any of the mental health professionals, the psychiatrists, the nurse practitioners, the physicians and staff in the emergency departments or at McLean. And so this was the first time that she reported that was documented, but also that she experienced an auditory hallucination, according to what she told me. So that was unusual. And then also, what was very unusual was the fact that the voice stopped with the death or the strangling of her youngest son, Callan, and that she went upstairs and then proceeded to engage in behavior in an effort to kill herself, but that the voice had stopped as soon as she had strangled her last Callan, her youngest child.
I could stop you there for a moment and ask you, you said that it's unusual that this was the first time that she had heard this voice. Why is that unusual?
Well, she had certainly suffered with symptoms of mental illness, depression and anxiety, most specifically. Anxiety that she had reported to Dr. Tufts in mid-September. And then certainly the symptoms that later on included suicidal ideation and also what she said were dark or intrusive thoughts to harm her children that she mentioned to her husband and her mother on, I think, 2 occasions.
And Doctor, you also mentioned that it was unusual that the voice stopped after Callan was killed. Why is that unusual?
Well, I've worked with, compared to other patients that I've treated who have had command auditory hallucinations.
I'm going to object to that. You want the same objection as raised before?
Council, can I see it?
Yeah. Now, okay. Thank you, Jennifer Thomas, for that information. Her parents and sisters refused to be interviewed.
People who have psychosis, and what you've learned in all your.
Sorry, let me not cut her off.
Based on your training and experience in dealing with diagnosing and treating people who have psychosis, and what you've learned in all your training and schooling, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice only one time, never before, never after?
No.
And again, based on your training and experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice that's constant rather than intermittent?
No, that is not typical.
And what does it mean, the difference between a constant voice and an intermittent voice?
Well, an intermittent voice would come and go. It wouldn't necessarily just keep playing over and over again as if it were on a tape, which Ms. Clancy told me that it was a voice. It's the same thing in the same tone, repeated over and over and over until she had strangled Callan. And
is it typical, based on your training and experience, for someone to hear command to hallucinate?
I know that he is trying to be as delicate as he can, but he does have to go over some of the very real human tragedy at the bottom of this trial and why we are here. The fact that these 3 children are no longer here. But I do want to remind you, like the banner says at the top, do be mindful of your mental health. As much as he is trying to not be graphic in what he's saying, he is getting down to the very heart of this trial. And it's incredibly heartbreaking. It's incredibly tragic. So be mindful of your mental health. If we need a puppy kitten break, feel free to ask, but do be mindful that this might, this is an incredibly difficult trial, and it's opened up a lot of wounds that a lot of people are dealing with right now. So be kind to yourself.
Sedations and then for them.
And J.K.D. Buck has asked for a puppy kitten break, and this is what it is. It's just about 30 seconds to kind of reset.
When the world feels like a dumpster. dumpster dive and humans forget how to thrive. Take a break, just you and me, with a puppy and kitten, wild and free. Paws and purrs, let's drift away to a land where tails wag and play. No more noise, just
Oh, daggone it. Okay, I touched the button. I pulled an expert. Don't touch the button. But just a gentle reminder that you are in charge of your mental health, and I never want a view or a watch or anything. I will try to, break down. I will give you resources that you can catch up on this if you want to at a later time. Depending on what you're, in the mood for, I can point you to JD A Lawyer Explains or Defense Diaries. So don't be afraid to take a break from the trial and, go do whatever makes you feel in a better place mentally. Uh, I would much rather you do that than have a watch hour review or anything like that.
To stop abruptly.
No. Committing the act is not curative of the voice. I've not ever seen that.
And Doctor, based on your training experience, someone in psychosis hearing a voice without accompanying delusions, is that typical?
That would be pretty rare. It's absolutely not typical.
And in talking to Ms. Clancy, did you speak to her about the concerns she had that if she had voiced thoughts of harming her children to providers, medical providers, that her children would have been taken away?
Yes.
And did you see that as a delusional thought?
No. Certainly with the requirements that healthcare professionals have to report any issues that could cause harm to children, for example, as required reporters, it's very rational for her to be concerned that by voicing her thoughts of harm could cause her children, certainly an assessment and a rapid assessment and a determination about how best to keep the children safe. So I didn't see that as irrational, but rather rational, just understanding the healthcare system.
And when reviewing the records and speaking to Ms. Clancy, did you see or notice any delusional statements or beliefs surrounding the hearing of that voice on the 24th?
No, I didn't.
Now, based on your training experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice and immediately act on it?
No.
And why is that?
I'd like to have a Dobia hearing at this point, Judge, on this. I'd like to test his qualifications to this.
Same objection, same ruling.
So your opinion is it's not typical, correct?
Correct.
By this, I can tell that Reddington is going to shred this man again on the fact that again, by all the facts and evidence that we have in the trial thus far with his own testimony, his last concentrated, focused effort on postpartum depression and, anything linking to this case was in 1987. And he was not the preeminent author, but one of 5 co-authors of this study. He wasn't, a preeminent person. Now, he does state that he has experience in like group therapy for criminals, but I'm not sure that focused on female inmates with postpartum as a focus. And that's the other thing, Jen. If anything, if you are objectively watching this case, I think we can all agree that mental health is very bespoke. One person, the way any individual person expresses, let's say, depression or anxiety or major depressive disorder is going to look unique. There are going to be similarities, but there are going to be unique features that are expressed by each individual. So it's a very bespoke kind of presentation. And I think that's what's lost is how very nuanced you have to be in order to get the correct diagnosis. If if I'm observing everything, then it appears that everything is very subjective, and you have to use all your observational skills, educational background and things like that as a clinician to make the best differential diagnosis, to go through every single thing that you think it might be, look at all the symptoms, look at the way the patient is presenting, and then make the best choice.
Now, you mentioned the defendant told you that when she received the call from her husband at 5:33 and called him back at 5:34, that she was getting dinner ready for her children, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you what she was about to get out of the refrigerator?
Yes. She said she was at the refrigerator and that the refrigerator door was open and that she was getting chicken nuggets out of the refrigerator section for her children.
Now, in your collateral interview with Patrick Clancy, did you learn from him that when he left the residence, the children were already eating chicken nuggets on the couch?
Yes.
And did Patrick Clancy tell you that Dawson in particular was eating chicken?
So you're telling me that a woman who by her own testimony, by the last expert, did, and he agreed that she lost contact with her orientation with space and time and reality in the kitchen prior to this incident. You're relying on her to be a reliable narrator as to where and what she had fed the children, and you're calling her out if she's not a good narrator. Again, Kevin Reddington brought out in his cross that Lindsay Clancy, in trying to be helpful and trying to be an honest, evaluee, said that she had cut the screen when she jumped out the window, and that turned out to not match reality. Just like the expert said that Patrick Clancy testified to him in his collateral witness interview that Lindsay told him about the children, but if you do look at the evidence and the jury has access to the actual 911 call where Lindsay could only respond with grunts, and the defense experts have surmised that Lindsay might not have been capable of actual speech given her hypothermia, the extent of her injuries, and the fact that there was trauma to her vocal cords with the violence of the fall. I guess so. That's how I'm interpreting this, because the only way they get Lindsay's interpretation of events is by Lindsay's own testimony to the people that were evaluating her. And I don't know how you can. I don't know how you square this circle. But I don't know.
Chicken nuggets and green beans out of a bowl on the couch.
Yes, that's what he told me.
And is it fair to say that there are crime scene photographs showing a bowl on the couch?
Yes.
And so is there any significance to you in the defendant telling you that when she got the phone call from Patrick, when he's at CVS, that she's making chicken nuggets versus Patrick and telling you that that had already happened and the crime scene photos showing you the bowl was already on the couch?
Well, it's inconsistent.
And are inconsistencies like that important in your evaluations in cases like this?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, looking at someone's mental status at the time of an offense, it's important to understand what was going on in their mind at the time. And in this case, the widely divergent reports from Lindsay Clancy versus her husband Patrick raise questions about what she is telling me and how things are happening. So certainly that's a cause for significant concern. Is one of them is not correct in their statement.
And in terms of what you testified about earlier about the defendant giving you one version of what the voice told her and giving Dr. Spinelli a different version of what the voice told her, is there any significance in your evaluation to that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, again, it's markedly inconsistent. Ms. Clancy was very clear with me about the time that the voice started, and that it was constant for a period of time until the children were killed, and then it stopped. And according to Dr. Spinelli's report, Ms. Clancy stated that the voice started much, much earlier, actually, when Patrick Clancy left. And so we're talking about a significant difference in time. And those two just they don't match. So it's hard to, which version is the one that I should consider.
Here's the other thing that the Commonwealth can't have both ways. You can't say that Lindsay was completely reliable in her and manipulative in what she was telling clinicians while she was in the midst of whatever we are agreeing to, bipolar 2 presentation or what have you. You can't say that she was manipulative and lying and then also say that she was pill popping and doctor shopping, and now she is heavily medicated. Your doctors didn't talk to her or at least this expert didn't talk to her in person. He's already admitted that there are some things lost in translation as far as when you're on telehealth, but you're also dealing with a person who is not only in a state facility, but is heavily medicated to make sure that she doesn't engage in self-harm and is such a high risk for self-harm, even at this current moment, that she is on 24/7 one-on-one care to stop her from self-harm. So she was medicated when they talked to her. I'm not saying that she wasn't, but if she has to be medicated and at one-on-one care, that's not what I would say. That's not what I would say objectively is a clear mind, that you're not going to have to weigh what they're saying with, do they have a general understanding of what they're saying? And there has been research, again, I bring it up all the time, but when you are in a traumatic situation, this goes for first responders, this goes for eyewitnesses, that your brain doesn't always properly record what happened. There can be, sensory overload or sensory kind of withdrawal. So there's a lot of problems with this, and he is speaking with authority. And of all of the state rebuttal experts, I think he's coming across as the most confident and clear. But I don't think that's going to last during cross.
Now, further along in your analysis, you talk about Ms. Clancy's outward portrayals misleading her family and providers. What do you mean by that, and what did you see in the records and in your interview of her?
Yes. Well, in looking back at her history, for example, with Patrick, she dated Patrick when she was in nursing school. And that was at a time that she was experiencing fairly significant anxiety, according to her, such that she went to a psychiatrist and was treated for her anxiety with Prozac and Wellbutrin, and also propranolol. And this was for a fairly significant period of time during their dating, approximately a year. And when I spoke with Mr. Clancy, and also in other testimony and collateral information, he was completely unaware that she was experiencing mental health symptoms at that time that they were dating, or that she was taking medication. And he said he did not learn that she had taken medication, mental health medication, Prozac, Wellbutrin. Those are both antidepressants, as well as propranolol, which helps with anxiety, particularly with the kind of presentations that she was doing. But he was unaware until during this time that she was having, great difficulty, November, December time period.
And that's of 2022?
Yes. But there are other aspects too, where her portrayal misled others in terms of how she was doing.
Can you give us an example of that?
Yes. Well, in the numerous text messages, which really varied, there were times when she stated that she was doing very well. And for example, even in the days leading up to the 24th of January 2023.
This is another thing that I think Reddington will address, but you can't have all of the experts basically agree in one form or another, basically on direct or on cross, that mental health is a spectra, that it waxes and wanes. Basically, every expert, either Reddington on direct or cross, has gotten them to at least agree to some level that mental health presentations wax and wane, that, depression may not present as though you can't get out of bed ever. You're going to have good days and bad days. And Reddington has made a really good point of highlighting this, but what may read to one clinician as manipulation might read as masking and minimization of symptomology, rather than kind of manipulation on a conscious level, which I think is the other one. Because the way he is the way he is making it sound as though Lindsay, on a conscious level, lied to everyone around her about how bad things were getting. And I think there's a certain way you can view it and say that's exactly what she did. But I think if you have any experience of dealing with any level of mental health problem or anything like that, you're aware of a phenomenon called masking or minimization. And this is not something that psychiatrists are unaware of. So all that is to say that he is presenting a very one-sided interpretation of what all of these things could mean, and the defense has presented an alternate perspective.
The photographs that she was sending on Instagram and the like really portrayed something very different than what she later stated was going on inside. With regard to providers, Ms. Clancy told me that during this period that she was having such difficulty, and that was really starting in October. She started taking medication in October. Ms. Clancy told me that.
Hey, you guys, I hate to do this. If you are new to the channel, this isn't sort of, this is in no way like a poor me thing or anything, but I do have a nerve condition and there's only so much time sometimes that I can sit down. And my kiddos are getting ready to get off the bus. So we will continue this tomorrow. I will try to start a bit earlier. Uh, But I'm basically coming to the limit of the amount of time I can sit down for a day without it, knocking me out, and that is humbling to say. I mean, who else's body, punishes them for sitting down too long, by knocking them out, basically, of commission. Uh, so thank you so much for, hanging out with me today. I know this is an incredibly hard case, and we also have dealt with also heartbreaking news of the passing of Dolly Parton, and that one hits hard. She genuinely seems like the real deal, and so, I appreciate you all. I will be back tomorrow morning for Mornings with Mo, and then we will jump into the trial and try to get through this part so we are fully aware of what he testified to and then get into cross. So, thank you so very much. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And just as a gentle reminder, it looks like the Midwest where I am, so Indiana and the surrounding areas, we might be in for a significant storm night tonight. So be aware of your surroundings, and I will try to be with you tomorrow. But if the internet is out, I'll be with you in spirit. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Well, tomorrow. Bye, you guys. Thank you so much.